Welcome to our work meeting. We'll get started. Item 1, council business, review of this evening's agenda. Any questions, concerns about the agenda from the council? 1.2, future agenda items. I agree with that, especially if we're over our allocations from the district, especially with the growth we have. Look at what our plan is. Anything else? Nope. Moving on, 1.3, council leadership task list review. I don't have such a list. That's not my doing this time. I think it's because they're trying to get that list put up on the screen.
Yes.
The 28th, or do we do it first of them? I think coming up on 1st of August would be quite too soon for us to prepare, as we help Councilman Shields prepare for that meeting. And we want to talk about possibly, do you want to do on-site location, off-site location when we get social distancing? Probably the only big room I know we get social distancing with COVID going on would, if we can use Jordan Valley's JATC Center and that big conference room. I know we get enough distance between staff and council members.
Right now, the 28th seems like it's okay for myself.
Is that Labor Day weekend coming up on that weekend?
No, I believe that Labor Day weekend would be the following, the 4, 5, 6, 7. I think Labor Day will, since with the first being on a Tuesday, then that would make Labor Day on the following Monday, the 7th.
Yeah.
Okay. So the 28th, is that a possibility?
Seems to work for me.
Right now it's
Look at
open.
now before we pencil something in.
Jared, what does that work for you?
It's all penciling in for me at this point. We'll see what happens with sporting events and tournaments and things between now and then. We'll pencil it
Okay.
in and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll start penciling and we'll start acting on so that tomorrow. Does that seem like a reasonable location? It's the only big room I know where if we have the 5 council members and staff support that we can get some good distance between each other in that room.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, I think that's a strategy session primarily for the council. And I think there will need to be a follow-up meeting where we correlate that kind of the results of that meeting with staff in a better way. I don't know that we have to have a ton of staff at that meeting. I don't know if we need a gigantic room to do that. So
I thought this was going to be kind of more driven by us, the council members. We'd each identify kind of some topics or issues and kind of have more of an intimate conversation.
And I did understand it that way, but you start thinking about AVI, those kind of things going on and food for the day. There is some support of staff, just a very bare bones minimum. So
sure.
we're not facilitating it, we're not directing it. We're just there to make sure it happens in a timely manner for you all.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's talk about who needs to be there and let's get it booked.
Yeah, let's pencil in the date and we can talk about location and time and whatnot from there.
Okay.
I'm really hoping we aren't going to require food and whatnot. Hopefully it'll be a shorter meeting than that.
Okay, and then so pencil in 28th. If we look at possibly yourself, the 5 of you, the recorder, probably legal, and maybe myself and a couple others, I would be my recommendation. But if you want to pare it back tighter than that, that's fine. But I think we need to kind of have an idea where you're going. So when we bring the rest of people on board in a strategy meeting, that we can capture all the components that you're discussing.
I think what you just said is right along where I was thinking. Obviously, it depends on, again, if there's specifics in the strategies that we talked about that require a certain department head or, someone over the other. But I think we can keep it to a minimum myself, because I think that the focus will be amongst the conversation amongst the council. But it's always good to have legal there to make sure that we don't step out of line.
Okay. The only reason I say is we think about 5 or 8, we can get away with our own space, our own room. We've done that the other day, but we'll talk about some of my updates later on about what we think about what's going on with COVID, by the way. So we'll start putting in a couple options and locking down a few places so we have a variety of locations. Okay. So if you can see the list there, a lot of things have been corrected, and this here we want to make sure we're tracking everything. There's also the Beef Hollow Staker site visit. I think we can accomplish that. Now it's good weather. That request is back in February, and I think we can accomplish that if we'll get a few there at a time and show you the mining operation and what's projected and where it's supposed to go as you get up on top of the hill. And so we'll start penciling and scheduling you guys in for those field trips. And we think we can accomplish and get that knocked out within probably the next 30 days for all 5 of you. Now we'll accomplish that task list. And then we had city council, the Bonneville study discussion. We had a meeting this week for that and we was unable to come together, but we really need to know how we change the numbers, trying to get out of the MDA that was agreed for Olympia Hills for through the county. It's hard to extrapolate what exactly they're building. And that's when we start really throwing the numbers, how wide the roads are, how long they are, who owns right away, what's HOA, what's not HOA, what are the true business parks. And I know that a couple of councilors saw new, let's just say, more like a watercoloring drawings of maybe some changes. And once the developer can start putting numbers, how he's going to develop that, and we can actually start putting that into the Bonneville study and getting those numbers updated for council to review. So it's going to be a process, and we'll try to accomplish that meeting again this next week and come together, and Councilman Shields will be able to attend that and to help us guide that through what he's looking for. Any more input on that one, or?
No, I think to be fair though, I think there's 2 things. One is the Bonneville study had a certain scope based on some certain inputs, and those inputs have changed based on the new plans for Olympia Hills. I think there's a part of it that has to, part of my request is having the study updated to reflect the new inputs. And then there is another portion of that that is a more detailed analysis of what would need to be done to accommodate said development and whether or not that can be done. For example, if in order to build 6,000 homes, you have to widen 126 to 8 lanes in both directions, that's not going to happen. There's a certain physical limitation on the things that can be done. So what I'd like to kind of understand is saying, okay, if there's going to be 6,000 more homes out there, or 5,000, or whatever number it is ends up being, what the impact at, and maybe it's tiered. So there's a 4,000 number, a 5,000 number, 6,000 number, whatever that is, that says at this number of new homes, this is the impact on Herriman, and these are the kind of changes that would be needed to infrastructure to support that kind of development. And trying to tie those 2 things together so that we can actually see whether or not it's even possible. I think right now it's just hypothetical. There may not be a means forward for us to accommodate that many homes inside of Herriman, and maybe there is. But until we get some better numbers and better studies, it's all just conjecture from all of us, and I don't think that's a good place to be making any kind of decisions from on something of this level of impact.
Right, I totally agree with that. I think we need 2 things. We need, one, let's update the study with what was approved by the county, right? And we don't need it to, I mean, and what it basically said before was we simply can't accommodate the numbers they're talking about. Rather than just get that result, we need to go farther, right? The existing study said we could accommodate the 3 to 3.5 with our existing infrastructure, but we really can't do anything over that unless infrastructure is built up to support it. So the question becomes, if it's anything over that, what are the main pieces of infrastructure that would need to be improved, and to what scale, depending on that number of units, right, Steve? Is that kind of what you're thinking?
Yeah, exactly. And these are just, let's spitball. So for example, if there's 3,000 units, you only, 126 only needs to be 2 lanes in each direction. But if it's 4,000 units, it needs to be 3 lanes in each direction, and you have to do 134th. But if it's 6,000, you need to do 134th and 126 and U111 and there needs to be an east-west highway, and Mountain View corridor needs to be completed, and right?
Right.
All of those things we just don't know.
It seems to me that there's got to be some critical mass numbers, right? When we do these kind of studies and plans, okay, if you exceed a certain number on this road, you're going to have to expand a certain number of lanes, or you're going to have to do that east-west expressway, et cetera. So we need some of those kind of benchmarks to plan to. And I'm, of course, thinking in terms of the Southwest Visioning Study, right? That's going to be ramping up again. So kind of got one leg in one and one in the other. But let's face it, we're going to be the ones that are most affected by this. And if we can do some homework on this end of it that we can take to that body and work with partners, say on the Hill, if people want to have more, then you've got to build up the infrastructure. And if that's where this is headed, we need to do our part in planning and say, this is what you have to do in order to accommodate that. And if we don't do that planning, we'll get what we always got. We're going to force that density on you, and good luck dealing with it.
Yeah, and I think that's been echoed over and over and over again. That's one of the most substantial concerns of our residents regarding the Olympia Hills development and any other development, is if the infrastructure is able to facilitate that kind of development. I think there's minorities that don't like certain housing types, but in general, I think they don't care about the housing types. They just care about whether or not they can get to work on time. They care about how long it takes to get to the grocery store. And I don't want to oversimplify this, but I think that we have some ideas about, we have great engineers. We understand that if, the traffic study says there's going to be this many road trips per day, how much, what intersections can handle that level of traffic, and what would need to be done to mitigate that. I think we can kind of benchmark those, as you said, Jared, kind of going forward. And so I don't know if that's in the scope of the Bonneville redo, or if that's an additional discussion, but all of that together is what I'm hoping to accomplish. And maybe the Bonneville study redo is just a portion of that.
I think it needs to be part of the Bonneville redo. I think we need to do our work on that end. Say, here are the options. And I'll preface this. I know I've said this a million times, but I'll preface it again by saying that, look, quality of life, for me, I don't want any more density, but if it's going to be forced on us, what I've told Kennecott and Olympia Hills and whoever else is, look, we have to consider any proposal put in front of us. I mean, if you want to put 100 units per acre out there, show that you're going to support it with the infrastructure needed to do it, not just in your area, but on the effect it has downstream. And that's kind of where the disconnect has always been with developers, is that they look at their piece, what they're doing in there, not the effect it has downstream. And so the general plans that we do, that we submit to the county, et cetera, that looks at the whole picture, right? And what we're trying to do from a regional effort now is look at what our plans have an effect on the other cities downstream. So we need that downstream piece of it to be there. If they want to go above what's been planned for, then they can't just increase what they're doing in their piece. They've got to help increase everything downstream. I think having Bonneville research that for us to give us some benchmarks and some ideas to go with in Southwest, then that gives us a starting point versus reacting all the time.
Yeah, and to be clear, that's what I'm really hoping for, is that through all of this, look, we have to understand, and I think it's should be apparent to everybody. Olympia Hills was approved in the county, but I think there's always been an intention that Olympia Hills is going to be annexed into a city, whether that's Herriman or that's South Jordan. Those would be the only two options. I think they want to annex into a city. And I think there's definitely pros and cons around that possibility happening, whether that's in Herriman or not. In order for that to make sense to happen in Herriman, we really have to understand these numbers and make it as much of a data-driven decision as we can to make something like that really work. So that's what I'm hoping to get: more data, better data, to help us make better decisions.
Brett, you're on mute.
trying to be polite and keep me muted so you don't hear this backboard noise that's in at home. But as I listen to you speak, it's much more broader than we were thinking we could do something with our own finance team, our own engineers. I get that for a review, but it sounds like we need to re-engage with Bonneville then. That's what you're asking for too, to have them update what the county approval was through the MDA, what their densities are, the road widths, those type of things. That's a different path than what we was kind of getting direction before. So
Yeah.
we'll pick a
Yeah,
step.
there's two different things. One is the general thing. I mean, they did their original study based off of some very broad projections from the Olympia Hills proposal. We have more details in the Olympia Hills proposal and MDA now than we did before. I think they could redo their development based on those new, or redo their report based on these new information. There's another side to that study that is the economic feasibility of those things that need to happen. You know, the Bonneville study could probably help us identify what needs to happen. And then there's another study that needs to be done to see whether or not we could make that happen. Right? I mean, that's the difference. If these things need to happen, but Herriman can't ever figure out a way to pay for those things to happen, there's a problem. And so we've got to figure out whether or not those two things can match up. Whatever that number, whatever that development is, we've got to be able to figure out a way that it makes sense within our forecast, our budget, our economic realities. And somewhere in there, we're hopefully going to find an equilibrium that makes sense. That's something that could move forward.
And just to clarify, Brett, I would say that yes. I mean, that was my understanding from our last meeting, was the direction was yes, we want to re-engage Bonneville to update this study and expand it.
Yeah, I thought we were going to use some of that, some of that budget too that we got back towards the study. Was I wrong on that?
Yeah, that 17,000.
Yeah.
So they just wanted to put that money towards the Southwest study. It wasn't about Bonneville study, but yes, we're getting that money back. But this is different from what we captured, and I should go back and listen to the minutes. So it was actually a plug and place that Steve was asking for, Councilman Shields was asking for Alan to do, and he's working on that spreadsheet to do that. But what you're asking is to re-engage with Bonneville. That is another layer, which we will get that proposal right out quick, start working on it tomorrow, and find out what Bonneville can do to bring that out and give us a cost, what that might cost us to have them updated on their end. And I think it is twofold, because Steve Shields, you are asking for us to do the plug and play stuff, so we don't know if it's financially feasible for us. So it's two paths. So we'll get that correct.
It is, absolutely. And I'm really clear that it's two paths, and I know that it's a substantial work effort, but I mean, that's potentially the rest of the future of the city of Herriman. I think it's worth the effort.
Okay, we'll bring you back proposal. Actually, it's probably emailing of our conversations we'll have over the next few days with Bonneville, and then recircle with you, Steve, Councilman Shields, with Alan, have a meeting maybe this next week, so we can get that understanding we're going in the right direction. Okay.
Yeah, I also want to reiterate, and I'd like the rest of the council to speak to this. My notes and my understanding was that we had strongly discouraged using that 17,000 for giving it to the Southwest Visioning Study, because we didn't want to have an unequal representation there, and that we would rather use that money to re-engage with the Bonneville study. Is that what everybody else's recollection is?
That was mine.
What it wasn't clear is about using that money for the re-engage with Bonneville. That's not what is clear, and that's the piece we can. That's fine. We hear that loud and clear this time. Like you said, we go back through the minutes. We have to, because we got to have a good understanding. Just like our conversation 2 days ago, Steve, Councilman Shields. I thought one thing, you thought another thing, but we actually went back to the minutes and pulled it out. There it was.
And who was right? Who was right, Brett?
You were right. That's fine. That's what we do. We have to do that to be consistent, to keep us moving forward in the same direction. But we can regroup on the Bonneville study real quickly and get that rolling.
Thank you.
Okay, now going down through the list, you see Sherry's 2 items were just added to the list. So I said, this is fluid. You can actually access no matter where you're at in the world. It's web-based, and we may be changing the program later down the road, but this is a great tool for us. We have, so we have, one thing we have left now, I think, is the, oh no, I have nothing left on our list. Unless there's more to add to it. You're not seeing there.
I don't have anything to add to the list. I'm hoping at some point tonight we can just get an update on, our striping project on 134th. Timing of completion of that, of how it ties in across Mountain View corridor, across the top there, and then also the bike lanes configuration of that. So I don't think it needs to go on the task list, but certainly do want to try and get an update.
We could probably cover that in SEAM updates. I'm sure Blake already has a date and time when that's going to be completed.
Okay, thank you.
Or he will by the time the CM updates come up.
It's those things that land and everything else that the council's not already updated on your list. So it's kind of that catch-all that happens in the last few days. Make sure everybody's up to speed. Okay, I think we're ready for the next item, Jared.
I can't hear anything.
Can't hear any Jared either.
Man, if we lost our chair, then this is going to be a short meeting.
I do know that they have been having some issues with sound. It is based off of the fact that we are attempting to connect with Facebook right now so that it can be streamed. And in true fashion, it is causing a lot of issues with sound. Extron, we had worked with Facebook and Extron over the last 2 weeks. They came up with an update. We were hoping it would work, but so far it looks like it is creating a couple of issues. So John is working on that. And I did just let them know that we cannot hear Jared anymore. So
I opened Pandora's box. Is that what you're trying to say?
It's okay. We were hoping it would fix, but it didn't.
Tammy, I appreciate the effort. I think people really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, we just, luckily we have a local representative for Facebook who we're able to contact and kind of express how important this is for us. And then Extron, John and Scott worked with Extron to try to come up with some solutions as well. And in working all together, they came up with an update, and we were hoping it would work. And it's working in the sense that if I look at Facebook, I can see everybody, but on Facebook, I can only hear Jared. I can't hear anybody else. And now on this, I can hear all of you, but we can't hear Jared. So it's, we'll get it out. But so I apologize that there are issues.
Can Jared at the anchor location hear us?
Oh, now I can't hear Tammy.
Oh no.
Oh, there.
Now you're back.
There
If
you
you look
go.
at since we're in the work meeting, we can actually ask next time 2.1 and get Michael going. So it's just sitting here and waiting, unless Jared can't hear us.
Yeah, that was my reason for asking if Jared could still hear us, that we could. Don't want to obviously take out the ability for him to respond, but if he can hear, we can at least start that next discussion item.
Good evening. So I've been able to hear your conversation.
Mike, we need to get someone to pull that smart sheet off the screen so we can get your stuff up on the screen.
Well, actually, I'm only introducing Andy Powell. This is part of that, trying to create more connection between the council and the planning commission. Andy is in the council chambers, but I'm guessing if we can't connect with
So that might not work so well.
There's Jared.
Jared. So really, this is a forum for Andy, our vice chair.
Can you now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So I just wanted to make one last comment on 1.3, the study, talking about giving the money to the Southwest. By using it ourselves, we're still supporting the Southwest study, because really that effort has been to take the Bonneville study and others and bring them in and analyze those studies. So it's not that we don't want to support that effort. I would tell you we're actually supporting that effort more so by putting that money to work on those specific efforts that then they'll take those. So you can hear me. We'll move on to 2.1. Michael, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
All right, let's go.
So again, I was just saying that this really is an initial step to create more conversation between the planning commission and the council. Chris Berber, as our chair, is out of town. So Andy Powell, our vice chair, should be in the council chambers and should be ready to just have a conversation with the council tonight.
Come on up.
I am here, guys. Let's talk.
Do you have anything that you want to bring to our attention, discuss?
Not specifically. I mean, we had a few action items on we had some items on the agenda last time that we were bringing back to you. There was one specific, I think it's on your agenda as well for tonight, a rezoning of 5 acres. So it was the recommendation of the Planning Commission to not approve that. There was one dissenting vote that thought it would be okay to do that. So right now, that is the recommendation from the Planning Commission to not approve that. I don't know if you want to get all into any discussions as to why or anything.
I think we hold that until that item.
Okay.
Council's okay with that, because I think one of the things that we had talked about is when we get to those items and we see kind of that breakdown,
Okay.
whether it was unanimous one way or not, we usually have questions of, well,
Yeah.
did they have any concerns? If there was a dissenting vote either way, what was their concern, et cetera.
Right.
So just
Right.
having somebody here to answer some of those questions would be great.
Very good. Yeah. So I'll be here. I can hang out for that as well. But mostly, I think some of the things that we've been discussing as a planning commission is some of the needs that we see within our community is there's really a lack of kind of the mid housing opportunities. There's a lot of townhomes and whatnot that we see in our community, and then there's a lot of the higher end. You know, a lot of times young families are moving into the area. They see an opportunity to come in and get a townhome or something that's a little more affordable for them. But then when they're ready to upgrade, they have to kind of move out of the community to be able to find that next opportunity to be a part of the community. And so we're losing those residents as well. So we think there's a high demand, and if we can do some things to help encourage opportunities for kind of those, I don't know, the 0.2 to 0.25 acre lots, and get some of that going in our community to really help provide an opportunity, a full range for the growth.
Kind of what we used to refer to as kind of the entry level single family home.
Yeah, we have a whole bunch of entry level townhomes, but not an entry level single family homes. So we really see a need there. And so we're talking as a planning commission to maybe find some opportunities with, you know, figuring out ways to maybe make homes a little more affordable. We've gone almost to the extreme where we've got a lot of requirements on the home buildings that sometimes make the homes, you know, almost too large for some of these opportunities.
Well, I know I've had several conversations, I think other council members have with several planning commission members, that at least in my time, there was a change when I first got involved in all this, 8 or 9 years ago now, to try to encourage those larger parcels of land to donate property for open space. But the trade-off is, to get open space, you have to do the density. And so a lot of ordinances were rewritten at that time. That's kind of when I got involved as a resident.
Yeah.
Started paying attention, and I think those bigger ones are kind of done, and we need to take that, I guess, get the pendulum swung back the other way
Right.
to some equilibrium. Anybody else has comments, questions on that one? I think we're open to suggestions for ordinance changes, and
that's something we've talked about as a commission, is that maybe some of our working sessions, we need to kind of get in and look at those ordinances and see what we can do to maybe improve those, encourage those. We've also kind of challenged the staff to get involved with a little bit of, helping us break down really what is the size of homes and whatnot that we have in our community, so that we can really target and get that full spectrum of opportunities for the residents here. So
yeah, and I'd like to speak to that too, because I think that is the housing market gets manipulated for political things so much, it just upsets me. When we talk about affordable housing, we need to talk about housing that's affordable for people at all income stratas and all income levels in our community. That's not just providing homes for the lowest income earners or the highest income earners, but that's at every strata. And we've got to find a way to be able to, like you said, there's a gap in here between the smaller starter homes and kind of the bigger, more established homes. There's a gap in there, and we need to figure out how to make those homes more affordable and more accessible for our community. And so I appreciate any effort around trying to make that happen.
Yeah, a lot of times, we've got all these multifamily homes, but that doesn't always, equate to affordable housing in our market, right?
Exactly.
don't get me started on the economic discussion.
Yeah.
It's the opposite.
I also liked, I visited with Michael a little bit about this too, about it's not even just creating that, it's creating neighborhoods, it's creating places where people want to stay and to stay forever. I mean, that community I grew up in, I drove by there, I don't know, maybe a month or two ago, and one of my neighbors that lived there when I grew up, they still live there, and the only reason that other people aren't is because they passed on by already. So I just think that, where are those communities in Herriman? Where are we establishing those where people want to just stay and raise a family? Maybe they add a room on, turn our garage into a family room and added a room. I mean, those kinds of things where people want to just stay rather than constantly hopping around.
Right.
Are we creating those communities, or are we just simply building houses to assess a need to address?
And Sherry, if I could add, I think that's exactly the kind of conversation that I would hope that we have in that strategy session.
Awesome.
Right. That's the kind of thing that I'm hoping. So just for point of reference there.
Well, and it's going to take a paradigm shift with our developer partners as well out here as well to help them see our vision of what we want to do as a community as well. So, yeah.
I agree with that too, but I think the important thing is that it's a shift that we can take. We're in a position to take that, and we want to be good partners with our development partners, but we also have to help them understand the vision that we see for the city is what's supposed to drive and direct it, not just their vision, but the vision that we see, because our vision is to reflect what our residents want to see. It's the community wants to see this. So that's the way it's supposed to be driven, I think.
And that's where I think the commission and the council can work together, just developing that vision. I had a brief conversation with Mike about that, but that's really where we need to come together, combined front and help develop and come together on what that vision will be and work together on that for sure.
Yeah, thanks.
Any other general items you want to bring up?
No, I think that's, those are kind of some of the things we're.
I think it's great. And we appreciate you guys
Yeah.
being here for us
Yeah.
as a resource. We've talked about trying to reciprocate that with the Planning Commission, but I think it's difficult because then you guys are part of that training, right? But we don't want to influence what happens there either, but better communication amongst us is going to help a lot. So, well, thank you and all the other planning commissioners for what you do, and then doing some extra duty for us too.
Yeah, no, it's good to be here. So appreciate the invitation. So
thanks, Sam.
I guess I got to sanitize, right?
Okay, we good to move on? All right, 2.2, discussion regarding impact fee accounting. Alan.
Blake is actually going first.
Yep, I'll go first, and then I'll turn the time over to Alan. Can everybody hear me okay? All right,
yes.
Great. I got a nod from Clint, so I think it's good. Okay, so I'm going to go through the impact fees. We were asked at last council meeting. This is kind of an impact fee 101 presentation here. So sorry if it's something you already know. I'm going to start going kind of broad, and then I'll dial into what specifically Herriman's doing. And then we'll turn it over to Alan about our impact fee funds, where we're at right now. I don't know if I have control. So can we go to the next slide? There we go. So the first step, what are impact fees? And so impact fees, they are basically a requirement by developers in order for them to get approval for their development. That's the definition of an exaction right there. So they're an exaction. They're a one-time charge. So they get paid one time. That's the only time we get to collect them. And they are to pay for the infrastructure required by that development. So if we were talking about that a little bit earlier, if you generate enough traffic to require a new 2-lane highway out to your development, then the impact fees will be collected in order to pay for that 2-lane highway. And I'll get into a little bit more a little bit later about collection areas and how we collect them and where the monies can be used and where they come from. But this is just general right now. The improvements, they can't be temporary improvements. They got to be permanent, and permanent's basically 10 years or longer. And they have to be public improvements. They can't be private, so have to be owned and operated by a local government. The next bullet point, we are strictly governed by state statute. The title and chapter is listed there, and it's a great read if you haven't read it already. It has a lot of the requirements about impact fees, how they're collected, what's required to enact them, all those things. So heavily governed and closely watched over by the development community. So as we do these studies and propose impact fees, many municipalities are challenged if they don't have a rock solid study. And so that's why we hire consultants to do ours and are very careful and cautious when we get them adopted. They're paid for by developers and builders. So sometimes we have someone that comes in and wants to do a 1-acre lot, and they say, I'm not a developer, and they basically are a developer, even though they're the owner and it's like their parents' lot they've subdivided. They've just stepped into the realm of being a developer, and so that's who pays these fees. And they pay them, like I said, that one time. And then the last thing is they have to be used for projects that are on the impact fee facilities plan. That's a plan that's generated from the master plan, and that plan has a public hearing. It goes through a whole public process, and it's actually adopted by the elected body. So that's what impact fees are. Let's see, what they are not is they're not a tax. So it's a one-time fee that goes to the bill that's justified by their impact on the infrastructure. So it's not a tax. They're not any other type of building permit or hookup fee. They're often paid for at the building permit time. So that's why they're confused with the building permit fee, because they kind of are all lumped in. But then when our accounting gets the fees paid to them, they split them out into, you get a big $100,000 check, maybe 10,000 of it's to water, 10,000 of it's to this, 10,000, so they split it out. But that's possibly where the confusion comes from. I don't think I can say it enough. It's not a recurring cost. It's a one time. It's not a savings account either. The city has to spend these fees in 6 years. So from the time you collect it, it's got to be spent on one of those approved projects within 6 years. Another key thing is they can't be used for fixing the road that's bumpy or fixing, a road that's in disrepair. It's for new or upsized construction required by the development. So say we have a 6,000 West 2-lane road, and it's planned to go to a 3-lane road in the master plan. It's pretty much only going to be pay for the upsize or the required capacity needed for the new development. And then the last bullet item, that
since we're governed by state statute and have all these rules on what projects can be used for, I think there's confusion out there about, wow, the city's got a bunch of money in this account. Why don't they come fix my sidewalk in front of my house? Well, or why don't they pave this road that's been dirt for years and years? And it has to be on the master or on the impact fee facilities plan. And so the council can't just decide to move the money wherever they want to. It has to be moved on to a project that's on that plan. Are there any questions so far on what they are and what they are not? Okay. Okay, so how are they determined? First of all, the elected body in Herriman, it's the city council, gets to decide our impact fees. Do we need to have an impact fee to pay for our infrastructure? And it makes a lot of sense in growing communities because you don't want to saddle the residents. Typically, growing communities have a smaller population that's turning into something bigger. And you don't want to saddle all these residents of the smaller population with paying these huge tax amounts to fund all this infrastructure for the developers. So it makes sense for Herriman to have an impact fee. A lot of cities, as they grow older, like Taylorsville, don't have impact fees. They eventually grow out of them, and then there's other ways to fund infrastructure. Like a lot of times they use CDAs and things like that to fund their infrastructure improvements. So I've referenced a few studies as I've been talking here. There's several there's a certain process to determine your impact fee. The first step is to do a master plan, and so you do a master plan. It looks at your growth over years, and it looks at your build out, and you develop an infrastructure system. So I'll talk about roads mostly because that's the easiest one that we see and look at. But we have a bunch of different impact fees that we can collect for parks and storm drain and water lines, but roads is the easiest one to grasp and understand. So we do a master plan for roads, and we generate a road network for the whole city, and we figure out off the general plan how big those roads need to be. And you guys are all familiar with that. And then sorry, was that Alan?
Oh, no, it's okay.
Oh.
I
think someone's not on mute. Anyway, so the impact fee facilities plan, that one will take the master plan and it breaks all of the projects that they have, all the projects all the way out to build out into phases. And so phase one is typically a 10-year plan, and that's where that 6 years spending the money comes in. And those are the projects that get calculated and you collect impact fees for. And so they'll have that 10-year plan of projects, and then they'll put costs to all those projects, and then that gets turned over to usually a firm that specializes in impact fee analysis. And we typically use Zions Bank or Lewis Young Birmingham are those two prominent firms around, but there are several others that can do it. And then they look at things like reimbursement agreements and bonds. And then if you have built a road and you have some excess capacity in the road, you can count the cost of that as a buy-in, and then that all gets calculated into the fee. And then they put it all into an equation, and out comes a fee. And they usually have fees for single-family homes, multifamily homes, and then there's different fees for different commercial uses. So you can have, right now, I'll get into it in a little bit and show you the fees we have, but we're working on broadening our fees for commercial, because right now we only have 2 categories. But then moving along, let's see, I clicked the next button, but it's not going. John, can you click the next slide? There we go. So this one's just really quick. How are they adopted? So first, council decides if they're necessary. Then we have to put out a public notice to tell everyone, hey, we're going to do a study that's going to change our impact fees. And then we go under contract, and or we can do them in-house. It's just it's a lot more defensible to hire a consultant. They do these all the time. If we did them once every couple of years, we'd be a little rusty on it. So we typically hire a consultant to help us put together our master plans and our impact fee facilities. And we go through the process, develop the plans. We typically have a couple of open houses, although they're not required. We like to get the public to come in and get some input from the public and ideas about where there's some issues, and then we also get to share this information to them about, you know, what impact fees are and what we can and can't use them for. But then we have a public hearing. We have a required notice. I think there's additional notice. I think there's 15, I can't remember if it's 10 or 15 days, but you have to get the notice out. You have to get the document out so that everyone can review it and read it. And then after that public notice period has elapsed, we have a city council meeting, and we, you know, have our public hearing there, and then it can get adopted at that meeting or the next meeting. And then the key thing is, after the impact fee is adopted, you can't, and you charge that impact fee that was adopted for 90 days. So there's about a 3-month wait period. That's when everybody hurries up and gets their developments in. If your impact fee goes up, and if it goes down, they wait. So that's just kind of the process of how you get them adopted. So specifically for Herriman, these are the impact fee funds that we have. So we have transportation. Like I said, there's one service area. So that means that in Herriman, everybody pays the same impact fee for like a single family home anywhere in the city if you're doing a single family home. And that allows, that wanted service area means that if you collect $1 in the northeast part of town, you can spend it in the southwest part of town. So fees for transportation are not specific to development. You can spend them on any one of the projects that's in the impact fee facilities plan. And then I talked a little bit about these being paid at the same time as building permit. Transportation is paid a building permit. You can see the amounts, 2,100 for single family, 17. We only have those two breakdowns for commercial for transportation. And then in our ordinance, there's an allowance that if they don't agree with the impact fee, they can do a study, and then we have to bring it to council. And I think you've seen a few of those studies come in, and they've asked for a reduction. The one that typically I've seen get reduced is storage units, because they don't generate very much traffic. And so they do a study and they end up reducing their fee a little bit, which makes it difficult because then you just know you're that much more short on funding the infrastructure later. So water, they have two service areas. There's an east and a west Herriman. And so that means that $1 collected in the east part can't be spent in the west part. Just simple like that. They are also paid a building permit, and then they have a list of tables. So for residential, it's based on your lot size, and then there's another table if you have secondary water available, or if you will ever have secondary water available to you or not. And then commercial is based on your meter size, the water meter size. One time we asked a developer how many meters they had and what size, and they sent us all their measurements in meters instead of feet. So I was got to clarify the difference there. Storm drain, there are 3 service areas. There's the east and the west, and then there's also the town center. So service area 3 is the town center. If you look down at the fees, they're extremely high. They had 0 infrastructure in when they came in, so they had to have a different service area to get all their stormwater funded for that area. They also don't have a creek that goes out. Everywhere else has a creek or a drainage that they can drain to, which also keeps the cost low because they just have to convey their water to that point. And the interesting one about storm drain is it's paid by acre. So it gets paid at the plat instead of building permits. So that money gets collected fairly more upfront than all the other fees. And so that's an interesting difference there. And then the parks is very similar to transportation. Commercial does not pay a fee for parks. That makes sense. And they also get paid a building permit, and the fee is a little bit higher than transportation, but nonetheless, it's there. All right, I don't know if I got a lot of delay from clicking the next slide or if John's clicking them for me, but the next few slides just show our impact fee facilities plans for each one of our systems. The transportation plan here, this is one that's not yet adopted. We're working through it right now, but it's pretty self-explanatory what it's showing, where the roads and the intersection projects are. There's 29 total projects. And one thing to point out, my little example I talked about a little bit ago about 6,000 West, a lot of these projects, well, not a lot, but several of these projects are not 100% eligible to be reimbursed by impact fees. Only a fraction of them are because there are already existing facilities that need to be upsized. So that's often where we fall short with the impact fees. And that's where if you try to make those facilities 100% fundable, you'll get challenged by the development community. And since the law is written the way it is, cities often lose that argument, and the impact fees will get adopted lower just so that we don't have those challenges and stall out these studies. But that's the transportation impact fee facilities plan that is going to be coming to you all fairly soon. The next one I think I've got up is I think it's water. Yep. This is the water facilities plan. There's 28 total projects shown on that one. And then there are other maps to show projects for sources and storage, but this is 10 years of projects, shown right here. I think the purplish lines, they're existing ones. So the yellow ones and the tanks, I think the tanks are mostly existing there. All those yellow lines are hard to see, but those are the planned projects. And these maps are just generally to give you an idea of what they look like. If you all want to see the specific studies, we've got them online, or we can get them to you. Let's see, the next plan that should come up is the storm drain. There we go. And this one has been modified a few times over the last few years as we've annexed property in. The storm drain's been pretty on the forefront. One of these projects is currently getting ready to go under construction, 7300 West, and I guess the Mountain Ridge one is also getting close. The outfall down to Rose Creek out of Mountain Ridge is close to getting started. So I didn't tally up the number of projects on this one. There's a handful that are being done right now, and storm drain doesn't typically have a lot of projects. The fee is quite a bit lower than every other impact fee that we collect because there just aren't a lot of storm drain projects left to do in the city. And then the last one is the parks plan, and it's probably the most current that you've seen. The master plan was adopted not very long ago, and this one's got a lot going on. I don't know how to count the projects or see what's happening there, but the parks one seems to be the most flexible because it's not tied to, roads that service houses or whatnot. And the last thing I want to talk about is just the level of service. So every one of these facilities that we do, the council decides what level of service we have to provide. So for roadways, for example, since I've been using them as our main example, is we chose a level of service E as once you get to an E, you need to upsize the road. And the idea behind that for a road specifically is that you don't have large swaths of asphalt, 7 or 8, 9 lanes that you're maintaining during the middle of the day when there's small amounts of traffic. So you'll see roads get congestion. You'll see traffic back up for 60 seconds at a signal or 90 seconds at a signal. And that's indicative of what a level of service E is. Go ahead, Sharon.
Hey, Blake, I do have a question on that because I thought our last transportation study was at a level D. Did we change it down to a level E?
No, E is when you have to upsize. So D is what's acceptable. E is when you're required to upsize. So sorry for that confusion.
That's okay. Thanks.
Yeah. So and then so when you look at parks, the level of service there is based on how many acres you have per 1,000 residents or some metric like that. So storm drain is fairly easy and water is fairly easy. We just have to deliver water at a certain pressure and certain gallons per minute And storm drain, you just got to make sure you don't blow the manhole lids off the pipes when it rains. So we have like 100-year event is the industry standard. So that's the basic background of how we collect impact fees, how we determine what they are, how we put them in buckets, and how we budget, you know, the money where it needs to go. Were there any questions from any of that? No. All right, I'll turn it over to Alan at this point. He's got all the real numbers. I had all the planning numbers. He's got all the actual what's happened so far.
Well, I'm here. Wait, Jonathan's bringing up my spreadsheet. Mine's not as interesting probably as you look at the figures, but just as a preface is that with our impact fees, we have to report every collection of impact fees to the state auditor. We give them a report every week that has every year that has a line item for every single collection we've done during the course of the year. And just go to the next one. I've produced a little bit of a summary of it here. This is very simple summary because this document is actually almost 100 pages long when we send it to the state auditor. Like I say, we have to list every single impact fee that we collect, what subdivision it's from, who the developer is, who the builder is. And so we collect all of that information, and that's submitted to the state auditor's office. And when we also have to report detail of what we did with it and what projects it went to. We reported that it's from our master plan, our capital facilities plan. We also have to report where we intend to spend it. Now, this can't vary. Where we put in the report can't vary from what our capital facilities plan is. Whatever those items are that are on the capital facilities plan is what we list to the state auditor. The only variation is that we use the priority that's coming out of engineering, the one that they share each fall with the council. That's the priority we use in reporting at the state auditor. Now, we're not tied to that priority. The priority is actually set by the budget. But again, as I prepare the budget, I set that to be what those priorities are from what Blake is doing. And he could probably explain how he comes up with his priorities because he has a pretty scientific way of doing that. But Blake and Jonathan go through and they create the priorities. So as you look at what I'm showing you now, just keep in mind that this is very simplified so that I can show you the, and also just to mention that these reports that go to the state auditor with all of our impact fee information and the uses is part of our audit. It's something that our auditors look at when they go through and do our annual audit. They're not just looking at our financial statements. They have to go through and verify state compliance on everything that we have state compliance requirements on. And the impact fees are very closely regulated by the state auditor. They watch everything we do with them. But if you look at this, you'll see this rolling through with balances. We start with a beginning balance. We go impact fees collected. If there's interest collected on it, we add that to it. And we're actually, over the last few years, have changed our procedure to where this is collecting the interest at a better rate. And you'll see that later on. We then have to report any debt service that's being used with the impact fees and any projects that we do. Like I say, this is summary. But as you think about how the money is being spent.
What kind of things would we be servicing debt on?
Okay, for instance.
Just explain that.
Well, Herriman Parkway is an impact fee eligible road. We borrowed the money to pay for that. We borrowed $15 million to go from, $15 million took us all the way from Mountain View Corridor to 6400 West, and it also did a portion of Main Street. So we are paying part of the debt with impact fees. Those were all roads that should have been paid with impact fees. Instead of waiting for the impact fees to be collected, we borrowed the money to build them. And so right now, and you're not seeing it here, you'll see it on the next one. Or yeah, would you turn it, John? You'll see on the next one that we have nearly $1 million. Well, we have $1 million, in excess of $1 million a year in debt for roads. When we did the bond in 2015, which built the city hall with about half the money, the balance of the money refinanced the original part of Herriman Parkway, built the second part of Herriman Parkway, and built a piece of Main Street. So half of that bond was for roads. We have only been charging $1 million to the impact fee to pay for that bond. The rest has been coming out of general fund. But if you actually took the actual money that we could use out of that debt payment for roads, it would actually be more like $1.4 million. But we have chosen over the last few years to not take it all from impact fees. But we are taking some of it to pay for that road. So yeah, we've built some roads with it, and you know, the problem with impact fees is that in most of these categories, you have to have the infrastructure before you can sell the lots and collect the impact fees. So typically, what's happening more often than not is that we're either borrowing the money to do it in bonds or other debt, or we're doing reimbursement agreements with developers because we don't have it at the point that the infrastructure needs to be put in. And you'll watch that none of these, if you look at the balances, would you move it 2 more slides, Jonathan? We don't need to look at each one of them. But this is the 2019. You can see that water rights, and this is one that Blake didn't touch on, but our big one is water rights. And this is an impact fee that we collect to buy water rights so that we'll have water for the future. Now you'll see that that amount is big at $12,900,000. But remember, we borrowed $12,500,000 of that to buy land for an auto mall. So even though we're still reporting it in our impact fees, because it is still got to be spent for impact fees, most of that is gone at this point until we sell that land. But you'll see you look at roads there, we got $1 million of debt. We have $1 million. This is looking at 2019 because 2020 is not ready yet. But so at the end of 2019, we had $3 million worth of impact fees for roads. Well, we've spent during 2020 $3 million of that to build Main Street. We've collected enough that we could cover our debt service, but we're essentially at the bottom of the barrel with road impact fees right now till we collect additional fees. And so that's kind of what you see with these is you'll see that we go fairly low in them as we build what projects we can. Then you'll see not much done in them in it for a year or two as we build up the balances again. And so, you know, But like I say, it's almost always done. The need is there before the money's there. Now, as Blake talked about how this process is done, there's a lot of pitfalls in the way you put this plan together. First of all, you have to project population. And if you miss on the population calculation, you're going to miss on your impact fee calculation. You're putting projects out 10 years in advance. And if you miss on the cost of the projects, you're either going to be long or short on your impact fees. And we're not building these impact fees for the life of the city. We're building them for typically 5 or 6 years. They can go out 10 years, but we're normally looking at them and redoing them even sooner than that. So, you know, things are changing all the time, and you're not seeing, you can't do them for the whole city at a time, or you might even come closer than what we can do right now, but we don't. Now, John, would you go to the next page? Because of what I was saying, if you look at this, this is the current reimbursement agreements that we have out there right now. Okay, and you can see in the first 4 columns, the money that developers have spent. And I say that they've spent. That top one, most of the money has not been spent yet. It's been approved and a reimbursement agreement has been signed. But that's what has been spent and what is being reimbursed from impact fees. The highlighted area shows the amount, the total amount of all of those expenditures. So we have currently reimbursement agreements worth $30 million. Of that $30 million, the next column to the right shows you that we've repaid almost $9 million of that through impact fees. The right column, the far right column, gives an estimate of projected impact fees. Now you can see a lot of the spots in this are not filled yet because we're still accumulating all the data, but we're starting to accumulate that so we can see how the projected impact fees relate to the reimbursement agreements we have. Now, when Blake said things aren't specific to a specific area, that isn't true of reimbursement agreements. Typically, when we do, well, in fact, all of these, when we do the reimbursement agreement, we designate an area that the impact fees from that specific area is going to pay the reimbursement. So take just Black Hawk Estates there. Now, or Brooks and Maddie, for instance. Let's take the third one there. They've spent $124,252 of improvements that are impact fee eligible. Now, at this point, we've reimbursed them $70,041. Now, I don't know yet if that's all of the projected fees from that, but let's assume it is. But under their agreement, if 70,000 is all we collect from their designated development, that's all they get reimbursed for. So that's something we've got to build into this at some point. But so, you know, the big ones we have on here are Anthem at the top, and that includes some roads that'll be included in the Teton Village that we've already approved. And then down about 2/3 of the way down, you have a 4.8 million and 7.2 million. Over the last 4 or 5 years, a combined joint project between Wasatch South Development and Rosecrest, they've built a water tank and all of the water infrastructure so far in East Herriman. they put up the money up front as prepaid impact fees. And so there will be a repayment of those over time as we collect the impact fees from the area that was designated. Now, the area that was designated for these is much larger than just their development, because it had to be to accommodate the cost of the project. So this is what we're working on right now to try and figure out what we've already committed, what is still available. And right now, I've only been looking so far at the map areas on the on these reimbursement agreements. Once we get that defined, then we're going to be able to look at the rest of the city and see what's left. And so it's a work in progress at this point. A lot of work in that that's come in to just get to this single page. It's much larger than that when you look at all the detail, but the attempt here is to figure out what we've already committed, what potentially is remaining, and then we're going to have to put it with all of those maps that Blake is preparing, of what projects are left, what needs to be done. Are they going to fit within the time period, or do we have to look in other directions? So I guess that's what I have to show you tonight, and answer any questions that I can at this point.
Any questions from council?
No, other than just, I'm appreciative of this. I'm sure this is a ton of work, but it's so necessary that we really have a good firm understanding of this. And I do like also the component you talked about, to where we have to have a clear understanding of all of the development agreements that came, certainly before a lot of us were even serving here, that says, are we, is there a max? Are we limited to what we collect? Those things are such important, key components. So thank you.
Yeah.
And to be sure, Alan, it looks like there's, so the projected fees that are on the right side are the amount we're supposed to be collecting total?
Yes, remaining. So, yeah, and the big ones. And like I say, there's still some holes there that we've got to identify the numbers, because we're going through GIS to pull maps of what's remaining to be developed. The two big ones, and you'll see that the $19 million number there, about halfway down, actually covers about 4 of those items. It's not specifically there. Plus, in my work papers, the reimbursement is actually broken down by which impact fee we had collected. So, we're going to have more or less for each one, but I couldn't show that in a slide. But we have to identify the reimbursement has to be road impact for roads, or storm drain for storm drain, and water for water, and so forth. And I do have that in my breakdown, but I couldn't show you that in a slide like this. But we are working. This was being done by engineering for a long time, and we've kind of stepped into it a couple of years ago as a joint project with engineering, and we couldn't do it without Blake and his team, and they were struggling to do it without ours, I think. And so we've been working on this for a while, and gathering data, and it is a big project, because you take any one of these reimbursements might represent 100 different payments. There's a lot of different things that go into it. And so we're trying to gather all the data so that we can tie down some numbers. We got a pretty good idea of how much we still owe on the reimbursements. However, we look at them and say, okay, Desert Creek, you've already been paid 200,000 of the 277 you did. Are there more to collect there? Well, yeah, it shows that we've got 365,000 more we can collect there. So there's a surplus there, and that's what we're looking at, is what's going to be available, and then what areas of the city are not covered by reimbursement agreements or by debt or whatever. So we've got to come. You know, we're on the road, but we're not there yet. But this is a pretty good starting point. The first 6 columns there are pretty solid. The last column's the one we've still got to work on.
And so, Alan, would you be able to add on to this a projected, deficit or surplus for each of these projects?
Say that again. I didn't quite hear you.
Would you be able to add on to this a projected surplus and/or deficit for?
Yeah, that would not be a problem. We've just got. I've got to work with engineering, and what we've got to do is put the maps together with the numbers so that we can say, okay, are all the improvements done on Brooks and Matty? Is there going to be something else that goes there? And, you know, when we do the projection, is there something more in the cost? So we're going to have to align that with our engineering numbers so that we know where we're at on each project. Then we've got to look at what's left to collect on each one. And then, yeah, we can put a surplus to it. Like I say, my spreadsheets are enormous compared to what you're seeing. There's a lot more to it, but we are looking at what's available. But, you know, the biggest number is going to come from the area, I believe, and this is a conjecture at this point, but I believe the biggest number is going to come from all of the area that's not included in any of the reimbursement agreements at this point. But then again, we've got to look at those areas and see what still needs to be built there, you know, and that'll be as we put, you know, I've put a lot of work into it, and I know Blake's put a lot of work into it, but our GIS people are the ones putting the biggest part in, trying to figure out what's what and what's included in each of these. You know, you read an agreement that says this is included, and then they've got to go put it into a map and figure out how it relates. And they've put a lot of work into this at this point. And there's a lot more to be done, but we are coming closer than we've ever been. So.
Yeah, I'd say this is a great start. Alan, I know that's a ton of work and there's a lot more to do, but I guess from my perspective, when new developments come in, we're asked to look at these MDAs and make new agreements. We're kind of at the point where we have to know what our obligations are.
Right.
Obligate ourselves to more. So this is a great start. I know there's a ton of work to do. And we're all
Yes, I agree with you, and we need to get it done, and it is become a priority and a lot of work. Just say I did get my new helper yesterday, so everything's going to be good now.
Well, and I just want to touch on the one point that you made of, you know, your conjecture that the biggest number will be the areas that don't have reimbursement agreements. There's so many of those that we're still obligated to use those funds for those improvements.
Right.
6,000 less as an example. There's one that's on the agenda tonight. If we approve that, there'll be an impact fee collected from those folks. When does that improvement get made? Right. So there's a ton of those around the city, in addition to the grade out agreements. So this is key to our decision making. So thanks to everybody involved.
Okay. You're welcome.
We good on that item, everybody? Okay, we've only got 4 minutes left. I don't know if that's enough time to address any of these others, are they? Brett, maybe 2.7?
Hey, Jared, can we, I would maybe recommend we actually, if we can, go to 2.4, or are we just going to, because that is on our agenda coming up in the regular meeting. Or I guess we can just hold all of that discussion.
But those are two different properties. They're two different properties.
Yeah, 2.4 is a different one.
Yep, my apologies. I looked at the wrong one. Thank you for the correction.
So Jared, I could absolutely cover the 2.7 really quick. A lot of you sit on different boards and committees, and it's been requested of you to take some of the state auditors training. I think probably some of you have already done that. I've done it myself for VAC, and I'm actually recommending a few other things that maybe you might want to look at. And if you get time, the Open Meetings Act training by the state auditor's office, and I will ask you, you still don't have to, and it's not mandatory by the state auditors, not asked for as the municipal officials. And that's more for my team. They will be taking that part of it. I'm just throwing it out there. I think Jackie has a link in your packet if you don't look it up, but I know it is for your boards and committees. If you've already had taken those one for the district boards and training from the state auditors, it'll be required. So I'm just trying to give you a heads up on that. That's all I have.
So I know I've done that. Has anybody else?
I have.
Very Clint. So it's, if you haven't, Steve, it's one, you just go to the state auditor site and it's pretty easy. Maybe what, 45 minutes?
Good.
I need it for mosquito abatement, but which was good training. I kind of is a good refresher for several items, but here again, if you have time, when you probably don't have time, but just officials, we will be requiring all of our upper leadership in city take that. That's going to be my request out of them. So, okay.
Okay, we've only got a couple minutes left. We can look at Jackie for what we need to. We want to have a motion to recess this meeting. Maybe if,
Yeah, I'll motion to recess our work meeting for 5 minutes until we convene in our regular council meeting.
A second.
motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. We'll see y'all in a couple minutes to start our general meeting.
So I printed out all of these in case
Give
the
them
ordinances.
to me at the end. So
Okay,
so
so
maybe
if something doesn't get approved, I'll pull it out
Okay.
and then just give you the ones that little bit of.
Hey, Clint, you changed your background.
Yeah, the den that I was in is does not have near as good as air conditioning as the room I'm in now. It got way too hot in there.
I know I had to eat a popsicle halfway through. I was dying in here.
It was putting me to sleep. So the first thing I did is text my wife and said, "Bring me this." I took the 5 minutes to change venues.
Jonathan, most of those folks here for 2.4. Okay, I look like it's got some developers and.
The gentleman in the red shirt.
If they were here to make comment, they couldn't during that portion, but they
Right.
can.
I told him.
Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, I think we're ready to get going. Yeah. Nods to everybody. All right, welcome out to our city council general meeting. We are, I shouldn't say social distancing. This isn't social. We are work distancing. We are accomplishing things while being responsible here. So we'll just call the meeting to order. Start off with a pledge of allegiance. If everyone wants to just stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of
United
America
States of America.
and to the republic
For which it stands.
For which it stands, one nation, under God,
liberty and
Justice
justice
for
for
all.
all.
indivisible.
With liberty
For all.
and justice for all.
Usually we'll invite someone from the audience or someone to lead that for us, but we're gonna try and keep it simple. Item 4.2, city council comments and recognitions. Do we have any tonight? City council comments and recognitions. So the council. No,
None
good.
for me.
All right, we'll move on to item number 5, the public comment portion. Audience members may bring any item to the city council's attention. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes. State law prohibits the council from acting on items that do not appear on the agenda. Public comment for this meeting will also be conducted electronically. Any person interested in addressing the city council electronically may submit a comment by emailing the recorder. It's recorder@herriman.org, or by visiting herriman.org agendas and minutes, where there will be a link to join the electronic meeting. Your statement will be read into the public record. So open up public comments. I don't have any comment forms. Do we have any public comment tonight? Oh, got one. Thank you, sir. So Craig Atkinson.
Can we get a video feed from council chambers on who's speaking?
We're gonna try and get you on camera so that the council members can see you.
Oh.
There we go. Go ahead.
Right.
Referring to 2.4, the rezoning there, I guess. We kind of went over this with the planning commission before, and just want to reiterate some of our points there. We're on a big dead end street. It's when they did Ken Cove, the subdivision, they reduced it down to half-acre lots that they put in 2007. At that time, there were some other people that Garcia's at the end of the street wanted to do some 1-acre lots on their properties. And they were even told that they couldn't because the street was overburdened already with too many houses as a result of allowing the Ken Cove to reduce its property sizes. So even though they had sufficient amounts of property, they still weren't allowed to add houses unless theirs faced Rodeo Lane. To allow somebody to do something now seems like, why did nothing's changed, yet they were denied back in 2007. That time we kind of felt like our street was safe. There wasn't going to be any more. And nothing's really changed. It's still a dead end. So I think there's safety issues and other things there. We went over all this with the planning commission. I assume you guys read.
It's all in our packet.
Okay,
Yep.
you've gone through all of that stuff. So I guess I don't really have anything new to add, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, great. No, thank you for coming tonight, making comments.
I
But
didn't touch anything, so.
yeah, so that your neighbors or whoever else is here would comment on that. If you look at the packet, actually all that material's in there. Our staff's done a great job of compiling that for us. So we've been able to read that ahead of time tonight. And that item 2.4 was on in our work meeting. We will continue to discuss that later tonight after the general meeting. There's no public comment during the work meeting, so it's not on for a decision or anything like that. Basically, the staff is going to present some of that information to us. We'll discuss it and then go from there.
So no decisions are being made on anything?
No.
tonight.
It'll be noticed on the city council agenda. So the only decisions that are made are on the general meeting portion.
Then one other question too.
Anticipated that the earliest would be the 12th of August. So just watch the agendas. Yep, and feel free to reach out to us.
They only notified people within 300 feet of
That's
the
the
property.
yeah, that's the state.
But we're on this big, long, dead-end street. It goes from Mirabelle all the way to 6400 West. Every single person on the street would be affected by any development on it because it's a dead end. Some of our properties are more than 300 feet in size all by themselves. So it's like only a couple people on the entire
Right.
street even got notified. Is there a way to notify everyone? Because it seems like a lot of people that are going to be affected don't even know what's going on.
That's one I don't think I'm allowed to address. We can't do it in this fashion, but that's a good point that we can talk to staff about.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep, you bet. We have any other public comments? You need to read one?
Want me to read them?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me.
Well, they're just were emailed in. Just, is there anybody else?
Anybody else in the audience that wants to make a comment? We have one electronically that needs to be read too. Nope, nobody else. It's all you.
Okay, so this comment is from Kate and Louise Monrose. We are retired teachers that live in the area for 41 years. Louise's parents purchased the 5 acres in the mid-1960s. When we decided to make our home here, we encountered a few obstacles. The land was zoned for 5 acres per house. Since there were few homes around, we couldn't get a building permit. It was quite an ordeal to secure one. The feeling was that the area needed to be 25% built up, which it wasn't. When we finally achieved our goal of a building permit, we needed to dig a well, bring in electricity, and put in a septic tank, which was all very expensive. We had no garbage collection, no snow removal, a muddy dirt road, and a mailbox a quarter of a mile away. We were the first home on the 5-acre plan on this road. Herriman City was approximately 400 in population at the time. As time passed, rezoning was done, flag lots were permissible. The Butterfields donated the 80 acres behind us for the park. The Loritzens, who lived across the street, developed their land into Kent's Coves in the early 2000s. By that time, we had a paved road which included snow removal, much better than a dirt road. At about the same time, we donated land for the road, easement for the gas, water, and sewer. Side note, we planted all of the trees, 400 of them, in the 1980s from seedlings from Utah State University. We kept up the 5 acres and home for 41 years. It is now time for us to downsize our land and home for our retirement years. We are presently building a home in Herriman's Juniper Estates. We are the last to hold on to our 5 acres. We feel most of our neighbors have appreciated and benefited from its beauty. We certainly have benefited from their beautiful homes and yards as well. Travis's plan will enhance the area. It is well thought out regarding aesthetics and safety. It will be a beautiful addition to the neighborhood. Thank you, Kate and Louise Monroe. The second comment we received was, my name is Kathleen Lee. My husband and I live in the area. These comments are in reference to item 2.4, the rezoning of property from A5 to A1. Our home sits on the 3 acres that run directly along the western perimeter of the development in question. In 1995, we purchased and subdivided 5 acres into 1 and 3 acre lots. Our intent and our goal were not for financial gain, but to be part of the dream of an equestrian community as stated by the Herriman Planning Committee. This is why we moved to Herriman, to contribute to and enjoy a horse community as promised. I strongly object to anything that may bring harm to the growing long-term conditions of our horse community. I am concerned that a development with higher density lots will bring ill will and complaints about the smell of horses, their noises, their manure, and the flies that come with horses. I strongly oppose any subdivision of the property in question that breaks with the tradition of less than 1 acre and that does not honor the unique equestrian culture that exists here in our small community. Committee members, in your planning, please consider a subdivision that mirrors the Lee subdivision, the Walker subdivision, or Rodeo Acres. These subdivisions are all 1 acre parcels of horse property that was purchased and developed in good faith to fulfill the dream of an equestrian community. I realize this would not be as equitable for any developer, but it would certainly enhance the unique long-term quality of the life in our neighborhood and most probably enhance the property values as well. Our street, 139th South, is unique and used by many horses and riders of all ages. We realize the dream and promise of an equestrian community named Herriman has gone by the wayside, but not on our street. We hope that you can be persuaded to continue the tradition of minimum 1 acre parcels to preserve the uniqueness that we have here. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment portion. Move on to item 6, City Council Board and Committee reports. Do we have any tonight?
I'll just report on the water board. We just did that a little while ago this afternoon. Our water delivery in May was the highest ever. So that's a little crazy. In Herriman, sorry, I'm just trying to look at I took a snapshot here. In Herriman City, it was, we were up about 144% this May versus last year. So in May we were at 770 million gallons. Last year we were at 316. So substantially higher use of water, which is revenue positive for the water district, but it's not a widget that we create. So it's important that we again continue to be wise stewards of our water.
Did they give any reasoning for why that's such a large increase? Is it COVID and people staying at home, or?
No, it's almost primarily driven by landscape. Everybody had to turn on their sprinklers early because we had such a historically low water month. So everything was just super dry. Well, a lot of times people wouldn't have to turn on their water by then. We also had a lot more pumping costs, which put us kind of in a red category for our performance on electric. And that's because the city wells and things like that, everything's off just a little bit because of the extreme weather that we had during those first couple of months, April, May, those months. So again, it's just dry. Our reservoirs are in good shape. All of them are at capacity or pretty close to capacity. Some are a little down, but all of our storages in those reservoirs are looking good. So deliverables are good. If we can keep with our water conservation goals, we keep pushing that Bear River project out, which helps everybody, because I tell you, when that comes, it's going to hurt financially for everyone. So it's important. This Bonneville study that we talked about, I remember when he was, I forget what's his name. Anyway, yeah, Bob. When he presented this in the past, I kept nagging him a little bit about water. And again, this is why we have got to make sure that holds its priority. I know a lot of times people, because day to day, what really impacts you the most is that nagging driving and backup and those kind of things that you notice impact your quality of life much more. But water is going to impact people's quality of life when they have to start really paying for it. If we don't continue to conserve, we're doing a pretty good job, but we need to continue. And then also be real cognizant of the development that goes in versus the deliverable water and the costs that's associated with that. So I really hope that gets its fair weight in these studies. And that's about it from the water district. The garbage board is looking pretty good. We have had a little bit of issues with COVID, but not too bad. We're able to cover everything. So things are moving along in our collectibles. we are getting a lot of pushback on the area cleanup program that we put in place. I think mostly it's just change. I think people are super not comfortable with change. They had a program, that's the way they liked it, and now it's different. And so there's kind of some grumbling that's been associated with that. But we have a great staff that have been able to, you know, take that situation head on and respond to the concerns and try to adjust the program a little bit here and there to try and address concerns. But I think in actuality, it's just mostly because it's different than what it's been before. But that's the way it is. Sometimes life is about change. And so we'll just figure out how to move forward in the best way possible and give the best service possible. And I think that they're doing that. And that's all.
Thanks, Sharon. Steve, Clint?
Yeah, I've got one item. I was asked to by the league to participate in a annexation / incorporation. Really, it's kind of a work group that's been put in place. This is being headed by Representative Waldrop from Weber County. He had some legislation this past session dealing with annexations and realized that there's the code itself hasn't really been visited heavily with other than small pieces here and there since the mid to late 90s. So a lot of the things that are in there were to deal with the annexations and incorporation issues of back then. And they've really tried again to kind of piecemeal things together over the last several years for the issues that come up as a result of these annexations and corporations. So Representative Waldrop is working on, he's opened a bill file for the next session, again, to kind of try and deal with some of the issues that are out there with annexations and corporations. And as the group met actually for the first time today, and there was representatives from cities, from counties, from the league, really kind of across the board and across the state. It was I learned a lot in that discussion from some of the other issues that these representatives are facing out there. But we really kind of broke it down after today's initial discussion that we kind of feel like, or it looks like issues are kind of, there's a few of them that can be dealt in the short term, and there's some that will certainly take longer term in order to work all the way through. Could be, you know, even up until having something solidly in place for the 2022 legislative session, really to address some of the issues. But some of the things that came up in today's discussion, just so everyone's aware, is something we talk about regularly in Herriman is noticing, you know, requirements that was just brought up. The methods used, a little discussion about, you know, is email something, if people sign up for it, can that be an effective and useful means of notification? How effective are the newspapers anymore for those notifications? Dealing with current islands and peninsulas that exist out there for some of the communities. There was representatives on there from Sandy City. Of course, we all know of all of the small county, the many county islands that exist within the Sandy City boundaries and how they struggle to deal with those. There was some discussion about annexations that go across county lines and how to deal with those. A petition versus a non-petition annexation process. Both of those are options that are out there. And then obviously that really the county classification. So a class 1 county really probably has different issues than a class 2, 3, or 4, maybe even county. And how do we try and make these decisions or these recommendations at least to help meet all of the issues that exist across all of those counties. So like I say, it was a very, very constructive and insightful conversation today about that. Good opportunity to participate as we have some of those issues that we face out in our area as well. Again, today was the first meeting. We'll have another one. I'm anticipating by the next time the council meets, and we'll have more to be able to update at that time. But just wanted everyone to be aware of that participation there by myself. That's all I have as far as reports.
Great, thanks, Clint. Steve, you have anything?
Nothing at this time.
No, I just want to quickly say to Clint, I'm super glad to hear that, because just being on the garbage board when we were dealing with all that mess in Sandy. I don't know how else to describe it, but little tiny hundreds of homes just annexed at different times, and just creates such a nightmare for us logistically for all that kind of stuff. It's been such a process. So I'm really glad to hear that you're participating in that and maybe can kind of help give better direction on that.
Yeah, like I say, and some really unique challenges. Again, Sandy City is, closer for us to our home for us to able to understand, but that same kind of Swiss cheese problem exists in many other areas of the state. And, one of the things that they brought up over there is not only do you have just the annexation issue itself at play, but now, at least from the county side, you have the municipal services district, in play, and how does it affect that? And to your point, when you have a street where you have 2 or 3 homeowners that get together and sign that petition in order to annex because they want Sandy City services, now you have really both of those from the municipal services district and Sandy City who are sending plows down the same street, and it just depends on where one picks their plow up and the other one puts theirs down, and the challenges that it creates. And we need to find some efficiencies on how to deal with those. So yeah, like I say, it was a very good discussion to be part of.
Good.
I don't have anything for once. There's no fire district meeting. We haven't had the Southwest. So unless any other discussion, we'll move on. All right, we'll go to item number 7, public hearing and consideration of a resolution amending the Herriman City fiscal year 2020-2021 budget. Alan.
This is a pretty easy one. This is the corner of 6000 West and Herriman Parkway would be the southwest or southeast corner. We have required the developer to put I called it a sound wall in my staff report, but it's just a prefab wall on the corner separating the houses from the intersection. The developer has put up $165,000. We have a bid of $165,000. So this budget amendment would increase our revenue from our developers of $165,000. It would have an expense line for the fence of $165,000. So it's a net zero amount. We would just be spending the money that the developer's giving us for the fence.
Any questions, comments? Or I guess so I have to go through, sorry, I have to read what's in front of me. Procedure for public hearing. So presentation by staff member, there's no applicant, right? Do we have a comment from the public regarding this item? Going once, going twice.
Well, we probably should officially open the public hearing in order to do that. Is that correct?
Right, I have a hard enough time when everyone's here, let alone when everyone's gone.
Officially open
the public hearing. Do we have any comments from the public? Any electronic? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion from Sherry, second from Clint. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, so public hearing is closed. Any discussion among the council?
No, I like those straightforward ones.
Exactly what I was gonna say. Those kind of love. Got the money, spend the money.
Quick comment and a couple questions that can be answered later for Blake and company. Fantastic is getting done. This is right outside of my neighborhood. I drive by here every single day. It's kind of a dangerous corner now that everything's kind of filled in. So everybody's excited that something's happening there, but I'm telling them it's just a wall. So of course the follow-up questions I get is, when is the road going to be done? Are they going to fix the walking path for the kids to go to school on the other side of the street? Are they moving the power lines? All that kind of stuff. And I tell them, not that I know of. This is just the wall as far as I'm concerned, and the rest of that is yet to come. We'll be taken care of at some point, but I can't tell you when. So unless I'm wrong in that, Blake, somebody get back to me later. You don't have to tell me now, but maybe just confirm with me that I'm telling people the right thing there. But we're super happy about this one. So are we good to move ahead with this motion to? All right, so open up council.
Make a motion to approve Resolution R26-2020, amending the Herriman City fiscal year 2020-2021 budget.
I will second.
Motion is second. Roll call vote on this one, Steve?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Motion passes. We'll move on to item number 8, the consent agenda.
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
Motion
Meet you,
from
Steve.
Clint,
I'll second that.
second from Steve. Roll call vote. Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. That motion passes. On to item number 9, discussion and action items. 9.1, discussion and consideration of an ordinance amending the park ordinance to add rules and regulations for the Midas Creek pump track. Anthony?
Okay, so y'all hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. So this is just some follow-up to our discussion we had back on the 24th regarding the rules and regulations for the Midas Creek pump track. If we want to go to the next slide, John. I don't know if I have control over that. These are just the first couple slides are just the red lines to what we discussed previously. And actually this first slide, Chase has included some legal definitions there, as you can see. So that's all that is on that first slide, just some legal definitions and some minor changes. The code reference number there has been added as well. The next slide, we did make a few minor changes on that per your recommendations to include pretty much all wheeled devices, non-motorized wheeled devices can be used there on the track. There was quite a bit of discussion last time about whether or not we wanted to require the use of helmets and or other safety apparatus. Per Chase's recommendation, also in discussion with Travis in our HR and risk management department, and also discussing this with the trust, we decided to leave that in there as a requirement to have a helmet, just as another layer of protection for the city. Now, if that's something you guys feel like you want to change upon your motion, you're able to do so. But for right now, we did leave that in there, that it is required that all riders must wear a helmet, and that we strongly recommend the use of other protective gear there at the pump track.
Right, Anthony, so the recommendation from both legal and the insurance trust is to keep that in there.
That's correct. And then the only other thing I think that was added was down here, these last 3 bullet points down at the bottom of this slide. Chase has added some verbiage down there in reference to the penalties for offenders, for those who aren't in compliance with the rules and regulations. Also, there's a note there that these rules and regulations will be posted in a conspicuous location around the pump track. So I don't know if there's any other questions or discussion that you would like to have about this, but that's really all that we've changed since last time. If there's any questions, I'm happy to try and address them.
Any questions from council? Comments? Discussion?
I just have the same comment as I did last time. Again, I'm absolutely opposed to that same must. What makes a helmet any more important than every other protective gear? They could sue us for breaking their elbow. I mean, I just am super opposed to that, and I'm super opposed to it because I don't want to watch our police officers go down there. And do you have a definition there in there of exactly what helmet is and how they're supposed to wear it? And I mean, you know what I mean? This is so government just intruding, in my opinion. So, but that's just my opinion, and I understand. I appreciate Chase's review and our insurance company's review. I understand that.
I totally agree philosophically that I don't want to be telling people what they must do in a public place. When it comes to this, I think the first time around, this is something that we can change, right? So if some of those problems develop, or our law enforcement comes back and tells us that it's an issue, something needs to be addressed in the wording or changed, we can do that. But we're both legal and the insurance trust. And then to me, on the financial side of things, when the insurance people tell me you need to have that in there, then I usually will do that first, and then it's their fault if it doesn't work out.
Right, I hear you. But it's not consistent either. We don't have the same, you know, we let them ride on our mountain bike trails, which, gosh, I'm pretty sure you could whack your head out falling off a mountain bike coming down the hill too. It's not required there. So it's not consistent either.
True. Maybe
So
we need
anyway,
to.
those are my issues with it. But otherwise, and this is no reflection on you, Anthony. Great job at looking into all this stuff. It's just my own philosophy on it.
Sure, and I understand that. And maybe there are, I mean, maybe there are some issues we need to address with the mountain bike trails or the skate park or other facilities. Obviously, we know your feelings on that, Sherry. And but yeah, that's just the direction we've been given through our legal counsel and through the trust, and so that's why we kept it in there. So.
I don't want to speak for legal. If they're on, they can, you know, Chase can chime in on this, or insurance, but at least my experience with legal and insurance people is consistency is important when those things get challenged. So it's probably something that we should look at, especially as we're adding more and more of these types of amenities.
Way to go, Sherry. Now the mountain bikers are going to have to wear helmets too.
Well, and then if you're going to require helmets, then you better define what helmets are, and you better define how they're supposed to wear them, and they should have to be fitted properly. I mean, there's a whole gamut of a Pandora's box that you open by saying that.
I was thinking, I mean, something small like this, it seems like something small, but where we're growing and adding more and more of these things, it does open the door where we've got to, at least I think consistency is important. So
yeah.
For this item tonight, any other comments?
You asked, is Chase on the line with us tonight? Hey, Chase. Hey, so just a question along these, just a question along the lines really that Sherry brought up. And again, I was the one that supported keeping it in last time we discussed this, just as a matter of protection for the city. But just again, along the lines, does the verbiage of, all riders must wear a helmet versus some sign that says, ride at your own risk, does that give the city the same level of protection without potentially, being a little bit intrusive as Sherry's concern is have? Does that change anything for us? Again, understanding that the recommendation has already been made by yourself and the trust, but again, is there kind of universal verbiage out there that we can use that something along the lines of ride at your own risk that gives us that same level of protection?
You're on mute.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
You gotta love this kind of electronic stuff.
Try again, Chase.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
There we go.
I apologize. I couldn't unmute myself. I don't know what it was. They don't trust me with that button, apparently. They know I just jump in. To answer that's a great question, Clint. And I think you have to strike a balance of Sherry's concern of government intrusion. And I think we've talked about that in our last work meeting and now again in this meeting versus what liabilities the city is trying to mitigate and reduce here. I think there is probably some balance that you can strike with that language without saying specifically all riders must wear a helmet, right? We identify that this is a ride at your own risk facility, and inherent in that is the assumption that you are going to make decisions about how you use this facility, but also you're subject to the consequences of those decisions
right,
that happen, right? And I think there's, again, some language that we could add, we could change to say, even to dumb it down a little bit and say the city recommends that you use a helmet with the understanding that this is a ride at your own risk facility, and we're not going to enforce that or require that of you in order to use this facility. I think that still mitigates some of the liability that's inherent in these types of city-sponsored facilities. again, it's my opinion that requiring them to do so mitigates that liability to a greater degree, to a greater extent. But again, you bump up against the government coming in and telling you what to do, which Sherry and others have identified. Yeah. So the short answer to that question is yes, there's some flexibility, I think, in the language that we can come up with that still protects us, maybe not to the same degree as the current language, but there is some play and some wiggle room in there, I think.
I think that's the question, isn't it, Clint? Does it give us the same protection? The answer is, well, it gives some, but not to the same extent.
Right. And to the point that was brought up earlier, again, is, you know, finding a language that we can use consistently throughout all of the city's facilities is, you know, wanted as well. So again, that we have, we don't have disparities in our own rules and regulations for our facilities, you know, where it's different on the mountain than it is at the skate park, or different than at the skate park than it is at the pump track. And again, if there was a way to, again, as Chase put it, strike that balance and find some common language that really can give us the protection that we need as a city across all of those venues, then of course that would be ideal. But it sounds like, you know, we'll have a little bit of challenge no matter what angle we want to go with it. Do we want to potentially have a little less coverage or a little less strong language for coverage for the city, you know, to err on that side of, you know, government intrusion? And again, is that going to protect us in something we can use unilaterally across all of our facilities?
And I will mention too, I think it's very activity and facility dependent, right? I think Sherry's example of the mountain bike trails raises its own questions given the use is there. All of the other facilities, the skate park, those from a risk management standpoint require their own kind of analysis of what we can do and what we can recommend in order to mitigate that risk and liability.
Yeah.
I would just add,
and along those lines, isn't there a way to put in a, I mean, make it even more simple, you know, post the rule that says, not just right at your own risk, but rider assumes all liability for failure to comply with reasonable safety, you know, or with safety recommendations, including helmet and other safety gear. I mean, just blatantly say it. If you use this and you're not wearing a helmet and you get hurt, it's on you, not on us. I mean, just say it outright.
Right. You know, and that's something lawyers always try to do, is to try to disclaim away any liability for their client. And in this case, that's what we're trying to do here. And can't always efficiently do that and mitigate all risk, absolutely. But again, I think there is some play with the language that allows us to protect some of those liabilities associated with the use of the pump track, while also balancing the concerns that we have of not telling people how to use it, what they can and can't do, and just kind of overstepping what the government is telling people.
And I think also putting us on the hook for even patrolling it. It's like, I don't want people complaining, hey, they're not wearing their helmets, and our police officers have to go down there and say, oh, how come these kids aren't wearing their helmets? I don't want to create that for them either.
Right. No, and that's in terms of liability and mitigation, that's always a factor that comes into play as well, right? Is what efforts we took to actually enforce those. And that's something I know that the trust is concerned about. And from a risk management standpoint, we should be concerned about as well. And that's something we can work on with the police in terms of what enforcement we actually want, and based upon the direction that you give us about what language you would like to see if there is a change that you would like to see.
Because I even think that even like with masks, you hear confrontation constantly about these two people in the store arguing over the, you know, why they should or shouldn't. And I can just see that at this park, you know, oh, you're not wearing your helmet, call the police, it's enforceable. You know what I mean? Just people do that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
That's why I think if that happens, you know, we have the ability to adjust this. And at least for me, the lens I'm viewing it through is kind of what Chase just described. It's not about telling people what to do or how to behave. It's about protecting us on the liability side, the city and the city's taxpayers. I mean, we pay, I don't even want to ask the number, that we pay to the insurance trust every year, right? We have to do our part. We're the first line of defense for the liability on that. So to me, it's more about that liability than it is telling people what to do. And if we run into kind of those operational issues, then that's under our purview to make adjustments.
Sure.
We good? Ready for a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. A motion to approve ordinance number 2020-24, adding Title 7, Chapter 8, Park Facilities, Trails, and Open Space, Section 13, Midas Creek Pump Track Rules and Regulations, as presented.
I'll second that.
Motion is second. Roll call. Clint?
Yes.
Jerry?
No.
Steve?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. 9.1 passes. We'll move on to 9.2. Discussion and consideration of ordinance authorizing a zoning map amendment for 1.13 acres of property located approximately 12609 south, 6000 west, from A1 agricultural to A25 agricultural residential. Michael.
Good evening and thank you. John, will I be controlling this PowerPoint or will you be doing that? Oh,
You should have access.
looks like I have control. Okay. So this is our timeline on this project. Shared this with the council in a work session at our last meeting. It was initiated in April, at a community meeting in May. It was noted in the staff report that 3 attendees participated in that online electronic meeting. But to be fair, the attendees were basically the applicants and a family member. So we didn't have anybody else show up to that meeting. We did advertise a public hearing with the Planning Commission. As was mentioned in the staff report and we discussed a couple of weeks ago, the original application was for 8.25 zoning. So essentially a quarter-acre lot size. The Planning Commission recommended going to a half-acre zone. And that was a 5-1 vote. We'll review that a little bit more. And then tonight, this has been scheduled for potential action. Of course, the council can table it for further study if necessary. You can approve it as proposed. You can approve the Planning Commission's recommendation, which is the 8.5, or you can also deny it. So you have a variety of decisions before you tonight. Again, this is our vicinity map. It's on 6000 West or Pioneer Street. There is an existing home on the property. If the property is rezoned, the intent is to essentially divide the property and create a new buildable lot along Pioneer Street. The general plan is for low density residential. Both the proposed zoning and the recommended zoning from the Planning Commission is consistent with the general plan. This is the zoning map, and essentially the conversation with the Planning Commission circled around whether or not it was appropriate to have an 8.25 zone where all the properties around it were either A1 or 8.5. So they were concerned about this spot zone. A spot zone technically can be legal. We just need to justify why one particular property receives a certain benefit or property rights. You know, what's the difference between that and a neighboring property? There has to be some kind of unique factor as far as justifying a different density. Anyway, so the 8.25 you can see is actually across the street, or 8.5, excuse me, is across the street to the west. And I think that's what led the Planning Commission to their recommendation. The dissenting vote was not explained in the record. We went back and re-listened to the meeting, and there was no explanation to, you know, why the one no vote happened on that motion. The ordinance that was prepared in your packet, the draft ordinance, is for the Planning Commission's recommendation of the 8.5. Any questions for me at this time?
I have one, Michael. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
Sherry.
I was just, in our conversation last time, you were going to meet with them and make sure that everything fit on the 8.5. And
Yes.
I assume that that happened.
Yes, in fact, so what happened initially is we thought we were going to need to have an actual flag lot. But since the time this application started, we learned that there is a recorded easement that provides or secures all access to all 3 properties that are serviced by this access lane. In fact, it even has a little name associated with the easement. So the 8.5 will allow for the subdivision and it'll facilitate the development that is being requested.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
No, that was, you asked exactly the question I was going to ask. If the A5, AHAF was going to work there, so.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? I've got a few. Full disclosure, this is again in my neck of the woods by my neighborhood, and the applicant reached out to me early on. I tried to guide them to the proper staff as to what the process was, etc. Personally, kind of historically, what my concerns with this sort of thing has been is flag lots have presented an issue for us, and we actually have an ordinance against flag lots. This one, I think there's another view that shows the lot division. So you can see that the house is to the east, and so the property line they're proposing is kind of just cutting it in half, correct? And so the new house would be bordering 6,000 west. There's an existing private road that sounds like, reading through all the material, staff and the applicant have agreed that the new home would face south, and the only access to 6,000 would be on the existing private road. So from that point of view, at least for me, that question was kind of answered, that concern was addressed. The other one that I brought up to Cherry's point of consistency is I'm always concerned about these areas, the subdivision interrupting what I view as kind of the structural integrity of the lots around it, right? If people bought 1 acre lots in an area, they're all 1 acre lots, and that's what they counted on for horse property or whatever else. And then people start dividing them up into 1/4 acre lots. To me, that interrupts kind of the integrity of that original subdivision and what the surrounding property owners were buying into. And so looking at this view, that was kind of a concern, but it is kind of this area, this part of kind of Old Town is kind of a hodgepodge, right? If we look even in a more expanded view, there has been a lot of spot zoning in this area, and this one in particular, at least for me, makes sense just because of its orientation and the location. I don't know, and with the surrounding, quite honestly, if any of the surrounding neighbors, and I think I told the applicants at the time I went and visited with them on site, really, if any of the neighbors were to complain about that sort of thing, I personally would really have to take that into consideration. But to this point, no one has objected. In fact, it seems like most are supportive of this. I think, again, the site itself, the orientation, it kind of makes sense for this one. So just want to make sure you had all that background and all that sort of thing before we go into this. But really, at this, for me at least, going through the proper process, the noticing, it sounds like everything's kind of been checked off. So I don't really have any objections or questions for you, Michael. So council, how do you want to proceed?
Are you ready for a motion? Does anybody else have anything else they want to say? Sorry, I'm dragging my thing back over so I can read the motion here. I will make a motion to approve ordinance number 2020-25, authorizing a zoning map amendment to rezone 1.13 acres of property located at 12609 South, 6000 West from A1 agricultural to A.50 agricultural.
I second that motion.
Motion is second. Roll call. Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. So 9.2 passes. We'll move on. Apologize. I just keep looking at the screen. I'm just going right to left every time. I'll try to change it up. On to 9.3, discussion and consideration of an ordinance amending Title I, Chapter 6 of the Herriman City Code relating to Herriman City Council meeting times. Jackie.
Okay. So council, at the last meeting, we had a conversation about adding in special work meetings to kind of shorten the lengths of time that our meetings are right now. And so there's two parts to this. The first part is with us changing our work meetings to 5:30 instead of a 5 o'clock start time, and the general meeting from a 7:30 start time to a 7 o'clock start time, that does constitute a change to our ordinance. So our first item would be to approve the ordinance of that. And then this would also follow up with a resolution on item 9.4 to amend the annual meeting schedule to add in one work meeting, the third Wednesday of each month, starting at 5:30. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Nope.
Okay.
Look like it.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we need a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2020-26, making amendment to the administrative code regarding the start time of city council meetings.
Resolution
I'll
number
second.
versus ordinance.
First one's ordinance.
Good.
I'll second.
Motion second, roll call. Steve?
Yes.
Jerry?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. 9.3 passes. We're on to 9.4.
I'll make a motion on item 9.4 unless anyone has any more discussion. I'll make a motion to approve resolution number R27-2020, amending the annual meeting schedule for 2020.
A second.
Second.
Motion second. We good, Jackie? All right. Sherry?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Motion passes. On to 9.5, discussion and consideration of resolution identifying the economic development benefit of purchasing 2 parcels from the Utah Department of Transportation. Chase.
Thanks, council. So as you know, the city owns some property in our Automall Special District Zone that we intend to use for economic benefit within the city. We're working with developers trying to get that developed in a way that fits within that zoning plan, but also in a way that benefits the city to the maximum extent. UDOT owns some parcels within that zone, some that are kind of inconveniently located. If you look in your packet, there is and I apologize, I didn't include the most updated map for you that I do have on this, but there is a strip, we're calling it a flag parcel, and the pole portion of that parcel runs north to south, almost from Mountain View corridor down to 126 South. We're looking at acquiring this piece of property from UDOT, but because UDOT is a public agency, they do have certain requirements about the disposition of property, much like we would have if we were to purchase or sell property. Some of those requirements are that we identify, one, what the public benefit is of acquiring this land from UDOT, but also how this benefits the public transportation infrastructure, the existing infrastructure, as well as future infrastructure. In your packet related to that resolution, I've included some of the site plans as well as our zoning plan that identify what some of those public purposes are. As we know, we've zoned that and planned for that to be developed as an Automall district. But also there are commuter roads that tie in Mountain View corridor to Main Street, which kind of lessens some of the pinch points in traffic that exist on Mountain View, especially during rush hour periods, traveling north to south at that area. So what we're accomplishing with this resolution is meeting some of those requirements of UDOT, identifying what the public benefit is for Herriman City and for the state of Utah, but also identifying how this planned development and the acquisition of that particular parcel benefits the transportation infrastructure of not only our region, but the state more broadly as well.
So Chase, we're really dealing with two parcels that we're talking about here, right? One is a very thin, long piece that really kind of messes up and bifurcates all of the land almost through the whole auto mall zone. And then the other one is a small triangle piece. Again, as far as connectivity, impedes us from making that connection from Herriman, Maine over to as designated connection point on Mountain View corridor there. So those are the two that we're talking about. So again, meeting the requirements as far as, declaring the value of purchasing these to us, I think it becomes very clear that it's integral to the whole plan that's been put in place in this area.
Right.
And Chase, this resolution has nothing to do with us entering into agreement to purchase property at a certain price or anything. It's basically just saying that we're meeting those requirements.
Yes, that's correct, Jared. This is specifically just identifying what those public benefits are to us, to the state, to UDOT, and making sure that we're moving forward transparently and openly, not only with UDOT, but with the public as well, what our intentions are with regard to this property.
Very good. Any other discussion, questions? Good for motion.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number R27-2020, declaring the acquisition of UDOT property located in the Auto Mall Special District Zone to be for the purpose of economic development within the Herriman and to the benefit of transportation infrastructure within Herriman City and surrounding communities.
Clarification on that. I think you said resolution number R27, and I'm showing R28 on mine. Is that correct?
Yes, Jackie says we're good with her motion though.
Oh, sorry, it's typed on. Mine says R27, but yeah, I think it is R28 because the one before it was R27.
Okay, thank you. I'll second that motion.
Motion is second, roll call. Steve? That was I saw the yes.
That was a silent yes.
I didn't hear it, but I saw the yes. There we go.
Does just his lips moving count as an affirmative vote?
Clint, your vote?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. 9.5 passes. That brings us to the conclusion of our general meeting agenda, future meetings, July 16th, Planning Commission at 7, potential joint Planning Commission City Council meeting, July 9th at 6 o'clock. Events coming up, July 13th, Hungry Herriman Food Truck, July 15th, Yoga in the Park. We usually have a lot more events this time of year, but we're playing it by ear, folks. So now we'll take a motion to do whatever we need to do. Jackie, close this meeting, go back to our work meeting.
Do we go into close now or back into our regular work meeting?
I think we're going back to work.
Work meeting first.
Okay. I'll make a motion to adjourn this meeting and go back into our work meeting.
Can we do a 5-minute recess?
Agreed?
Yep.
Motion, need a second?
I'll second with a 5-minute recess addition.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
All right, we're adjourned. We will convene our work meeting in 5 minutes. Thanks, everybody. All right, we back. I see Clint. I don't see Steve or Sherry though. There's Steve, there's Sherry, and we're back. Reconvene work meeting, item 2.3, right? Discussion regarding an amendment to the City Council Rules of Procedure. Chase.
Thank you. Can you hear me this time? Good. So last time I was asked to go through the council rules of procedure and address in specific to the other changes that I'll talk about, but specifically talk about some enforcement with these particular rules, as well as a provision regarding when 2 or more council members are meeting, that there be a summary provided. If those 2 or more council members are meeting with staff or with a private third party, that a summary be given of that meeting to the remainder of the council. I've added those sections in there. I've also reorganized some of the rules so that they flow a little more logically. One of my goals in doing this was to increase transparency for the public. State law requires that these rules be published not only on our website, but available at meetings for anyone present there that wants to have access to them. And again, state law requires specifically at a minimum 3 things be included in these rules. First is that there be, some parliamentary order and procedure of the public meetings. You see that in the first about 13 sections of these rules. There's also a requirement that you deal with the ethical behavior of the council. I've included that in there as well, but also civil discourse of the council with regard to interacting with citizens and themselves. And that's sprinkled in there in the last 7 or 8 sections of these rules as well. In addition to that, I've included most of what the council amended. I believe it was in February that these were last addressed. We can continue to make changes as things progress, as things change with the council, and as needs come up. But these are the rules that I believe most comply with modern day parliamentary procedure, with Robert's Rules of Order, which we haven't adopted just blanket Robert Rules of Order, but we have taken a lot of the rules, parliamentary rules from that and included them in here. But again, I think given the state requirements, the openness and the transparency that I believe benefits the council in conducting their meetings and dealing with one another, I believe we've accomplished that with these amended rules.
Yeah. Thanks, Chase. Council discussion, questions? Can't hear you, Sherry.
Chase, sorry, Chase, I had that one that I sent to you. I had the concern about, I believe that it's fine for us to endorse a political candidate as long as we're not doing it on an official city web social media site. That was my issue because I've done it. I've seen it done by hundreds of different candidates or different elected officials that on their social media sites are saying who they support, who they endorse. I think that's appropriate and I think it's fine, but it wasn't specific in the language in that document. It made it feel like it was, everything was banned from doing that.
So I'm happy to change up that language. It's 18.1, section 18.1, I believe you're referring to. And it says that elected officials are to comply with the following guidelines when using city social media sites. And then the one specifically, I believe, Sherry, that you referenced in your email to me was
it's 0.4, I think, 18.1.4.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, 18.1.4. So
yeah. I just maybe it's just because it was a subtitle underneath that. I was just confused about it. Okay.
I actually have a question on that general issue as well in that section 18.1, and then all of those subsections. I mean, it clearly says in kind of the heading 18.1, use of city social media, elected officials are to comply with the following guidelines when using city social media sites. I think it was good down to 18.1.4. And then it starts using very general language, right? Elected officials shall not post comments or links to anything that endorses or opposes. So I think that's one Sherry was mentioning. And then the one below it goes even further and says elected officials should not use social media as a mechanism for conducting official city business, right? So the language just isn't consistent. right? The heading says that these are only referring to city social media sites, not an elected official's individual, Facebook site, where as a representative, my constituents expect to be able to ask me questions, or they want to know how I feel about certain things, et cetera. And I think we all need to have that communication. So I just want to be clear on the language here, what this is implying, because it kind of goes away from the city's official site to elected officials shall not post comments or links to anything right? 18.1.5 was the one that really caught my attention, was elected officials should not use social media as a mechanism, right? So it makes it more general rather than specific to the city's platform.
Mm-hmm. And maybe it would be helpful just to kind of let you know what my intention was with these specific sections. And that was to separate out what the council's role is in terms of conducting public business and what their opinions are as to whatever, anything else that isn't public business, that you are all absolutely entitled to have opinions on those things, and separate those out. And so I'm willing to take some recommendations on how to clear up that language, and with that added input, Jared, I can see how that might not be absolutely clear with that section 18.1.5.
And there's a couple below it that are the same. I think 18.1.7, elected officials should add value to any social media discussion. Is that general information, general for all, or is it under the same heading of the city's specific site?
Yeah, so all of those fall under use of city social media sites. So anything under section 18.1 deals with just use of social media sites by the council. I haven't included anything in there about prohibiting what you can and can't say on your personal media sites, and I wouldn't ever do that, again, because I think you have every right to share that personal opinion. But
and we receive that annual training every year from attorneys, right, telling us good guidelines to go by.
Exactly, and that's what I was just going to say, Jared. This is more of a best practice. There is no legal requirement that you do it this way. I know there are other staff in the city, particularly our communications and public information perspective, that would agree that it's easier for them to manage information coming from the city and from the council if it's all limited to a city social media site. And then there's also, and I say it's a best practice, but there are also implications with reference to grammar and other things that certain posts made by council members are subject to grammar and the comments and everything included with that. But that's all minutia that isn't necessary for your rules and procedures. But again, based upon the training that I know the league does, I believe David Church does it frequently, and just general best practice in terms of using social media to communicate city business. I believe these rules kind of help us get there.
And I just want to make sure
I have a question. Go ahead, Jared.
I was going to say, I just wanted to make sure we clarify that 100% for record, et cetera, when we look back at this, that 18.1.1 down to 18.1.9 are all referring specifically to the city's social media platform, not our individual ones.
And
right.
by
And
city,
that's where my question comes from. So are we talking just about Herriman City's, the overall Herriman City social media, or once one of us put, council member so-and-so Herriman City, does that then become an official site of the city? So is there a difference between my, if I have a personal Facebook page, which is, just my name, and then another one that's my name associated with Herriman City and being a council member? So how is that viewed?
Yeah, great question. And there's no right or wrong answer here. I think there's a good, better, best approach in terms of best practices. And my interpretation of this and my application, or my suggested application of this, would be if you have a social media site, for example, I'll use Clint since he brought this issue up, Clint Smith, Herriman City Council member, that should be used specifically for conveying information relevant to your position and would likely fall under these guidelines of 18.1. What I see oftentimes in other cities that I've worked is someone who wants to express an opinion about an issue that the council is dealing with will identify the information, the general information for the public in their council member Facebook social media page, and then link that to their personal one, and then make a comment on their personal page about the issue. Again, there's gray area with all of that as well. And I can't say one way or another whether that's subject to grandma, what the implications of that are in terms of best practices. But my best recommendation, given the statutory framework and the best practices in other communities, is to separate those two out. So if you do have a public, your own personal page, and then a council member specific page, use the council member specific page for getting out information for your constituents, for the community, and those pages would likely fall under the guidelines of 18.1.
If we
again,
have those,
that's my recommendation. That's always, we can change that. That's my best practice recommendation.
So one
your
follow-up
recommendation to us individually, but not this policy that we're talking about.
I'm sorry, what was that, Jared?
That's your recommendation to us individually in managing those sites, but that is not what this policy is referring to.
And I intended it to cover those, and I just didn't. Now that we're having this discussion, I realize I didn't clarify that enough. It would be my recommendation that this section 18.1 also apply to, or a city social media site also include, rather, your own social media pages within your position. So again, if Clint Smith has a Herriman City Council member, Clint Smith social media page, that be covered as a city social media site.
A follow-up question to that, Chase, then, given that scenario you just outlined, then obviously, if I heard you right, then it would be probably subject to grandma and those types of things. Should if we have that, is it appropriate then for us to have sole access and control over that site? Should there be should there be access granted to the communications director or PIO? I mean, what's the view there as far as if it's an official communication channel for our position and represents the city, how does that then, I guess, lend back to who should or should not have access to it? And then the last question I have on that is, it seems like this issue keeps coming up more and more and more at the legislature as well, in terms of that. Do you, obviously it's speculation, but do you foresee them heading down that road to more clearly separate these, that, puts more restrictions in place on somebody acting in an official capacity?
Yeah, that's a tough question. There's always free speech implications at play, which is why it's hard to codify something as to what you can do or can't do as an elected official. But there's also implications as to, I have the right to share my opinion and share my position on certain things. What we're looking at is how do we best get out information to the community, right? That's what we're trying to accomplish with these rules and procedures. And using a personal Facebook page or a council member Facebook page to do so really is kind of insignificant if what we're trying to do is share information. But looking at that First Amendment application, if what we're trying to do is share opinions, share how we feel about things, is that helpful for the community, or is that helpful for me to get off my chest? I don't know. There's a lot. I'm trying to go as we, adjust as we go here. And it's hard to cover all of the possible scenarios where, we might want to change up the policy or the procedure. So that's why this conversation is helpful and useful. And Clint, I don't know if I answered your first question. Remind me what that one was.
That was just reference back if it's deemed, if we have a council member page and so it's deemed really an official page of the city, right, what about control and access to it?
Right. So that's a good question. It's my position that that's yours to control, right? You are the one that needs to share information with the community. But the official Herriman Facebook page or social media site should be controlled by by staff so that they can share information that is the collective position of the council, right? There's value in pushing out things to the community in a timely manner, controlling the narrative based upon direction and feedback that we get from you as council. There's also, I think, benefit to you having your own council member Facebook or social media pages that you're able to push out updates that the city has, provide information. I know, so I live in the Sandy Draper area, for example. I've seen a lot of recently Sandy and Draper and Alpine council members pushing out information about the fires, right? They were just sharing information. They weren't sharing a position about why they were started or who was to blame for that or how we need to proceed dealing with issues like that. It was just, hey, these are the fires, these are the evacuations. I know that's something you're really tied in with, Clint, that being your stomping grounds. But to me, that was beneficial to see that. And that's what I've tried to accomplish here with these procedures related to city social media sites.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
Any other comments, questions for Chase? Discussion? All right, ready to move on? Item 2.4. Yeah, 2.4. This is the other potential rezone. Discussion of a zoning map amendment from A1 agricultural to A.5 agricultural residential for approximately 5 acres of property located at 6221 South, 13900. Wow, 6221 West, 13900 South. Michael.
Thank you again. So as you know from your packet, the Planning Commission recently held a public hearing on this request and has forwarded a recommendation for denial. So we're going to just talk about this tonight and get your feedback. John, it doesn't look like it's letting me forward this. Okay. So this is the vicinity map for this property. It's 5 acres. It's just north of the Herriman, or excuse me, the Butterfield Park and ball fields. Access from 139th South. There is an existing home on the property. As mentioned, it is A1, and the request is to rezone to A.5. Next slide. This is the timeline for our project. Again, it was recommended for denial following the public hearing on June 18th. Tonight is our discussion, and potentially this could be on for action on August 12th, but that is, you know, the council, of course, controls their own agenda, so you will tell us what you would like to do here. Next slide. Aerial photograph of the property. The property is interesting in that typically in this part of the valley, of course, we are sloping on the high side from the south down towards the north. But we have this Rose Creek drainage channel that is between the Butterfield Park and this property. So it slopes down into that drainage channel. So a lot of this, roughly the bottom third of this property, the southern third or fourth, is part of a FEMA floodplain. And that's another issue that the property owner intends to petition FEMA for a letter of map revision to do a more accurate study as to what the size and shape of that floodplain really is for development. But there will be a floodplain on this property clearly with the Rose Creek drainage channel. Next slide. A couple of photographs of the property looking towards the south. Next slide. This is looking along the frontage of the property, and you can see there was a letter that was read earlier tonight from the property owners, and they were talking about the trees that they had planted. You can see those. We do have some improvements in the neighborhood. You can see sidewalk, curb, and gutter on this property on the left. And of course, if this property were rezoned and developed, there would be an opportunity to have some additional improvements along the frontage. Next slide. This is the general plan map. The property is with the red star there, and the rezone request is consistent with the general plan. Next slide. The zoning map is A1. So this became an issue for the Planning Commission. I noted this in the staff report and also in an upcoming slide. The commission started feeling like this was one area that they would really like to try and preserve the larger lots. As you can see in the staff report, the community meeting, we had a detailed printout of all of the comments that we received electronically. So you can see all the different concerns and about the potential rezone, trying to preserve agricultural uses, horse property, concerned about the impacts on property values. Next slide. So here's that floodplain that we talked about earlier that the property owner intends to revisit. Typically what happens when these floodplains are established, it's a very, it's kind of looking at a 5,000 foot level of the floodplain itself, and a more detailed study is definitely warranted. So once an engineer is looking at what's actually happening on the ground, they believe that they can successfully apply for reducing that floodplain to a degree. But of course, it will remain on the property. Next slide. This was just a preliminary subdivision plan that was shown to the Planning Commission. The commission did have a hearing on the subdivision, but it was tabled pending the outcome of the rezone request. So this has been shared with the community and also with the Planning Commission. Again, they're hoping to do 5 lots, maintaining the existing home on what is shown here as lot 3 on the subdivision plat. Next slide. You can see that lot 3 again. Next slide. So here's kind of the summary. We had 13 residents attend the neighborhood meeting. We included all their comments in your packet. We had several residents attend the public hearing. Some spoke on the subdivision portion, and others spoke primarily on the zoning or both. So we had a fewer residents spoke specifically on the rezone, but the comments we received were opposed. Residents favored large lots and preservation of agricultural land uses. And the Planning Commission recommended 5-1. Now the one vote against, that commissioner had mentioned that favored doing a rezone with a zoning condition that would limit the number. So they would do the 8.5 rezone, but still limit it to just 5 lots. But that really was not picked up for discussion by the other commissioners. So the recommendation from the Planning Commission is that the property should stay A1 and essentially kind of act as that buffer or transition zone from Butterfield Park down to some smaller lot zoning further to the south. So that's the end of the presentation. I'd be happy to hear your comments, concerns, receive your direction on what you'd like to see us do next with this request.
Hey,
Well, I'll start off by
hear...
saying thank you, Michael. Oh, sorry, Sherry. I was just saying thank you, Michael. The information in the packet was fantastic. It really covered a ton of information. Go ahead, Sherry. I
was just interested to hear from our Planning Commission person here tonight, if he's still there, what just kind of some feedback on the 5-1 vote of the commission.
He's not still here that I can see.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess there are 2 lots on this that are well over an acre. The back 2 lots are acre plus, and the front 3 are half acres, correct?
Well, again, this is just a preliminary proposal. One of the things that's kind of unique about those lot sizes, you'll see that there's like a stem that is running back towards the drainage channel. And so that is actually kind of augmenting the size of their lots. We haven't really discussed that. Whether or not that's a good practice, is that something that the city should support or approve? I think the property owners were saying that they liked having lot 4 and lot 5 to have some pathway that allows them to access the drainage channel. But again, I haven't had any one-on-one conversations with them as to whether or not that's necessary.
I met with them today, and that's exactly what they said.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said that along that west edge is they would have a trail for these property owners to access over to the park, a horse trail.
Yeah.
To try and encourage that to be horse property. Obviously, lot 2 and lot 3, the reason they're bigger is because it's not buildable. It goes down into a floodplain, the topo and all that kind of stuff. So that's an issue with that. I did like the idea what they did with the trees, though. They redesigned the lot lines so that they don't tear out any of those trees, because there's a lot of established pine trees there, and I thought that was pretty good. Good concession there to make sure that those trees stay. We live in Herriman. There's not a lot of established trees everywhere, so I like that. But I am very cognizant. Obviously, I received the same emails you guys got from some neighbors, and I personally want to walk around to some of the neighbors. I hope that's allowed. I forget what this COVID thing, what's allowed, but I'd like to walk around and chat with them, because most of the things that look like was because they wanted people to maintain large animals, the rights, which the 0.5 allows them to do that, right? It doesn't guarantee anybody's going to have an animal on there. Probably they're going to have a big trailer and a shed, but at least it preserves the rights, which I like. I am concerned about the obviously Ken Cove is 0.5, but everything around even is a crazy flag lot kind of design, so that they kept the 1 acre kind of stuff. So I don't know, which I don't necessarily think was great design on lots and best use of land. So, but I want to be very respectful of the people there. The man who stood up and said he wanted to know about notification, I hear him. I understand that frustration. It's not the first time we've talked about it, but the best way I can say to that is, if you're the neighbor that's getting notified, notify your neighbors. You know what I mean? Get a group together to make sure everybody's understanding what's really going on your road. Anyway, those are just some of my comments.
But that's how I ended up in this chair, Sherry, is I made photocopies of that notice and took it to all of my neighbors, and
that's exactly what I thought of when he said that. Exactly what I thought of. Jared took copies to the neighbors. It's what you have to do if you want everyone to be informed.
We have, sorry to, go ahead, Clint.
I was just going to say, on the notification piece, we've had many discussions on that, and it's challenging to know what exactly the right distance is, because if you go so far, then the person just outside of that is going to complain. So I think Sherry has it right on the head, as it's really incumbent on the people on the area to make sure that our neighbors are known, because you're never gonna find that happy balance of where that is, and we've talked about that at length. I had a chance to visit the site as well. I certainly understand the Planning Commission's thought and of having a larger buffer against Butterfield Park there, but I think that one of the challenges that is created in this particular piece of property is that floodplain that dissects their property running through there, which makes, again, a piece which they have just called out as a parcel on the other side of the drainage, that's not in one of these lots. And again, an effort. Again, I think we need to talk about the long piece that goes down and extends to give them the acres they need, that extends for that access down to a potential horse trail down in the drainage there. I like that. I think that there might be some other ways, Michael, that we can look at accomplishing that without having really that staff that runs down the property line, making that really kind of a maintenance challenge for both of those in there. But that being said, I have some concern over, having a plan with similar zoning right across the street and something that meets our general plan, and not at least giving it, a good look as far as the legislative body and the challenges that exist on this particular property there. To Sherry's point, I think the intent there is again, to maintain, and we heard from some of the comments made, you know, the large animal rights that come with that, and the desire for that area to really maintain, you know, we heard reference to horses and, you know, several times in there, and certainly the 8.5 allows for that to stay there and preserve the fill in that area. I'll be honest, I have a little bit of trouble with an argument of, you know, 4 more houses on there, just making the traffic so incredibly, you know, much more on that street that it's going to be significant to the areas. Yes, an extra car and extra trips a day certainly is going to do that. But again, this is a, you know, a dead end street. It has several houses off of it already. And I think a few more houses, I don't know that anybody would see a significant change in the traffic patterns in there. And again, I think that this really, I think there's some things that need to be addressed, but it really does fit what has already been done in the area while preserving the agricultural rights in the area. So, you know, for me, it's something that I'm still willing to look at a little bit more.
Steve?
Yeah, I also visited, sorry to interrupt here again, but visited with the landowner, the gentleman that lives in the house currently. And I mean, they've been there for, I think he said 41 years.
41.
You know, I mean, we heard that again
and he told
tonight.
me that his mother-in-law owned it, or his father-in-law owned it for 16 years before that.
Yeah, I mean, and then so then I have to think that I absolutely am respectful of the property owners around him and the rights that they have, but I also have to figure out how to weigh that and balance that with this man's right. You know, he has a 40+ year investment in this property, and they're ready to downsize. It's too big for them now. They're staying in Herriman, which is awesome, I think. But we have to kind of consider what their rights are too, and their ability to downsize and not have to lose all their investment that they've worked hard for 40+ years. So I just think that we have to look at all aspects of it and really find the balance.
Yeah.
I just a couple quick comments on the noticing. I totally sympathize with them, because when the SLR happened with my neighborhood, I mean, my neighborhood's a rectangle. I mean, you've been out there, it's a peninsula. I'm on the very last row of houses. My side of the street was the only ones that got noticed out of 100-something houses in that subdivision. So 9 houses got noticed out of over 100. And people were pretty upset that that was the case. My neighbor across the street from me, who, you know, borders the other side, had no idea until I told him I was the only one that paid any attention to the mail that came on a Saturday for a meeting that was to happen on the following Thursday. So noticing it was an issue, and it's something we talked about a lot those early years for me. I hate to say that, but it's only been 5 years since I've been elected. But those first couple of years, the conversations that we had was, look, there is no perfect distance, because as Clint said, the person who's the next one over is always going to say, I was the next one over, how come I didn't get one? It doesn't matter how many people were noticed or what that distance is. But what we kind of settled on was kind of, in practice, an area like this, because the concern was kind of cost that was brought up, right? Well, if we say, well, we're going to notice everyone within a mile radius, gosh, that could be, you know, thousands of dollars to send notices out. That is too much. But in an area like this where it affects, you know, all the people on that street, and we're talking about, you know, 20 notices versus 3, that there should be some latitude for us to make sure that we adequately notice the people who are directly affected, I would think. And that was kind of, at least my understanding, that was in practice kind of what we had decided on. It's not written in stone anywhere, but we kind of gave staff latitude that if that's the case, let's expand that a little bit to notice the people who are clearly impacted by this, if that makes sense. So I don't know if that's a discussion for another day, but I'd like to give some leeway that, you know, where it's common sense to me to kind of do that we should be able to within reason, but that is all subjective. There's no hard and fast rule that can ever be written. The second thing, I have to go back to my comments from the previous one. This one I think is tough, because as they mentioned in their letter, they're the last one of these property owners. So this is the perfect picture right here. They're the last ones that are holding on to 5 acres. The others have subdivided, clearly at different times for different reasons and different, I mean, we have all shapes and sizes here. But the one thing that is consistent, except for the the property directly on the other side of the street is that they are all A1. So I look at, say, the one to the left of your, I can't look at directions, but to the left of the screen, got the larger lot at the end that's probably impacted similarly due to the floodplain, and the 2 lots that fit within the A1, right? If I bought one of those lots when it was subdivided, I would feel pretty assured that everything surrounded me is A1. And if the people to the right of my lot subdivide, it's A1, and that's the way everything else has been done, I'm pretty safe in assuming that it will stay that way. At the same time, they're not uniform lots. It's not, there isn't that structural integrity I talked about, right? They aren't all uniform lots that are, I knew exactly what I was buying. So it is kind of up to some subjectiveness, but I think that the key thing is just the number of lots it can be divided into, right? If I'm the developer, whether it's a big developer or a small developer, it's about the number of lots I can get out of it, right? How many units can I put there? And if it's A1, because of the floodplain and where the existing home is positioned, looking at the subdivision picture, if you do A1, they can probably only do 3 lots, right?
Yeah. Same as the one to the that looks like the one to the west, kind of same deal. Yeah.
So because of the lay of the land, you're not taking a 5-acre lot and doing A1 and getting 5 lots. You're probably only getting 3 because that's the way the land is. But that's the way the land is, and that's what it's zoned for. So I don't know, that presents an interesting problem for us. I don't really have anything definitive to say, just point out a few things that are interesting.
Yeah.
So I've got a couple comments about this. I really, this is my first time ever being down that road in all the years I've been here. And that's a very cool neighborhood. It is, big lots, agriculture, horse property. It's really neat. And this last property kind of is one of the last transitions between, all the subdivisions and kind of the older, more estate home things. And they're kind of caught between 2 worlds almost here. That being said, I think this idea of if it's 5 acres and you divided it into 5 acres, you'd still get 5 homes with 1 road. You'd have the same number of houses over the same area, and it would have the same impact on everything else, even if it was buildable and you had 5 1-acre lots made out of this property. So putting 5 lots averaged over the same 5 acres to me isn't a real density issue. It doesn't really change the impact on the area. The one thing I do have the funky little stems, is that what we're going to call it, that go out. I do think that's both a workaround to make sure that you keep the lot sizes at the 0.5 acres. I think that is very desirable for the area, to keep the option of having horses out there. And I also think it provides those lots access to the trail down there in the creek bed there. In general, I'm really supportive of this idea, as long as there's a condition that they can't be less than half-acre lots. They need to be half-acre or bigger. I also talked to the developer. I think they're open to some options along the 139th South frontage there on how that is finished and how that's completed. I know some of the horse owners are concerned that if you put in curb and gutter, that that's dangerous for the horses, and they don't want that. They'd like to preserve that unfinished corner if at all possible. And I think the developer's open to some options there that might be more amenable to the horse owners. I also like that they did it to keep the trees out there. That's just such a beautiful property, such a great place. I love that they're going to keep the trees. I do have a question about the water pressure, and I think maybe that's a Blake question, or maybe Justin questions to figure out what's going on with the water pressure out there. Is it low? Is there something to be done to fix that? And would the addition of these houses really impact the water pressure in the area? We don't really want to have negative pressure. Now I understand they have a well on this property. Is that correct?
Yeah, and they're going to keep that and
lot.
use that for their irrigation until secondary comes in, is what they said today.
Okay. But it seems like the other residents are concerned that there's a water pressure issue, and I want to maybe ask about that and see what the realities of the water pressure are and how this might negatively impact that before I would sign off on anything. But I think the rest of the concerns about preserving the horse properties, having 5 homes on 5 acres, preserving access for the horses, trying to figure out a solution along 139th. I think the developer and the homeowner are, or the property owner, are pretty amenable to solutions there, and I like the solutions that they've come up with. So for what it's worth at this point, I'm generally in favor of this plan. I think that it's a good compromise between the concerns of the residents and the rights of the property owner.
I'll just piggyback on what Steve said there a little bit, because I think he articulated it very well. When you look at the property, the 5 acres as a whole, and again, if today it was all just developable where you could do it under the A1, what's the impact there? So I think you articulated that very well. Going back to the time that I served on the planning commission, and I try and draw on that experience, obviously, and looking at it. Had I been in that seat, I think I would have been one that would have been very amenable to I guess the one dissenting vote from the planning commission on that, by placing a zoning condition on there that limits them to that. So, and again, I think by going with the 8.5, just geographically and the other challenges that they have there really limits that to that as well. But by putting the zoning condition in place and keeping that at the 8.5, that's again something that to echo what Steve said, that I think generally I have some support for moving forward. Again, aside of a few of those other issues that need to be looked at.
Would the council like the draft ordinance prepared with a zoning condition to limit to the five lots?
That'd be my vote.
Yes.
Of course, you could always modify that or remove that, but just the draft ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey, we've got 4
and
here.
then if we could get a report on the water pressure before we hold any vote on that too, I'd like to hear about that too, because
we can address that in the next step.
I'm not sure 5 houses versus 3 houses is really going to make a huge difference, but I'd still like to understand.
Okay.
I also was wondering, they mentioned putting in curb and gutter and not doing a concrete sidewalk on the south side of the road, doing it more of a horse path, because the north side of the road already has quite a bit of sidewalk on it, so that there would be that access for people rather than being in the street or something like that. And because then it transitions into the dirt to the neighboring properties. Is that something that's allowed?
I've been told that we have been not requiring curb and gutter and sidewalk in Old Town, but I think that's the only area on public streets where we have been not requiring, our standard improvement sidewalk, curb, gutter, park strip. But I can certainly, have another conversation with engineering about that. But my guess is the city standards would typically require those full improvements, but maybe there's another solution there.
Yeah, just if they're, because the curb gutter, I understand it's a stormwater issue to try and collect any drainage and stuff like that. But if we, instead of hard surface the sidewalk, if we did more soft surface, like, just horse path kind of sidewalk kind of thing, is that allowable, or does our ordinance prohibit that or whatever?
We'll look at that.
That's a good question, Jerry.
We'll let you know what the standards are and maybe if there are any options there.
Okay.
I just have to say, I mean, for me, it would be helpful to have planning commission weigh in on this. Generally, when it's a 5-to-1 recommendation for denial, I'll tend to go with that recommendation unless there's sufficient evidence to go otherwise. I'd like to know the reasoning that it was lopsided 5-1 for denial. I'm inclined to stick with that for a lot of reasons. We're not inhibiting their ability to develop. Those around them have developed using that same zoning with the same exact issues and gotten the 3 on the left side. Looks like some creative stuff that might not be allowed now with the flag lot on the other side for 4. As far as the horse property, technically, half acre allows it, but I'll side with the horse owners, being on a half acre myself for basically almost my entire life. I've wanted to get animals, and my better half says no way. And my mother said, who grew up on a farm, said no way, because it's just not big enough. It's too tough to maintain and deal with the smell and flies and all that kind of stuff. So they're concerned about the equestrian nature of the area, and what they bought into, to me, carries weight, because that half acre, I think if you look over at the Ken's Cove, if we had a picture of that, I'm willing to bet few of those have animals. There's a much lower likelihood, right? And those, their concerns to me are valid, because I've seen that happen, in other areas that I've lived.
And the truth is, though, even if they're acre properties, you don't necessarily get horse owners there either, right? That's not a guarantee.
Likely, right? With less than an acre, I don't know, Sherry, you probably have more experience than all.
Yeah, it increases the likelihood. I agree with your argument for sure. Both ways, it's like they can still have it, but it's less likely.
I tend to kind of side with the planning commission and the neighbors at this point, for all of those reasons. We're not inhibiting their ability to develop. They can do it the same way that their surrounding neighbors have, that have the same issues to deal with, etc. So I would just say, Michael, I would like to know why the planning commission gave us that recommendation.
So I listened to the meeting again. I tried to summarize that in the report, but let me do this. Let's we can either attach the minutes, or maybe just an excerpt of the draft minutes if necessary, so you can have more specific language.
And I'll try to reach out to a couple.
Yeah. One thing I would also recommend or remind the council, and Jared, you did this on the other rezone tonight, is you were very good to share with the rest of the council your conversation. So Sherry, I know you mentioned you were planning on potentially walking this neighborhood, talking with some neighbors. So if you do end up having any conversations, just share it with the rest of the city council at our next meeting, so that everybody can benefit from that information before you make a vote.
Yeah, well, what I'd like to try and do is I worry about the group thing and stuff, but I would like to even meet in an open street and just have, a group of people or something to just, I do think it's important to hear them.
There is one other issue about this that Kate made me aware of, is they need to close on their other property pretty soon on their new house. And the decision on this property and its potential sale, impact what they're doing over there. So not that we need to expedite it per se, but I do think we need to try and make a decision on this sooner than later.
Again, our next meeting will be August the 12th.
Yeah, I think I would be in favor of at least having it listed on the agenda on August 12th, because I think we've got a lot of time in between now and then to have those discussions and get a little more of that staff input and report back to us to be able to have the information we need.
You have what you need, Michael?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. If there's no objection, we'll move on to item 2.5, Wasatch South Hills amended development discussion. Blake?
Okay, I'm actually going to turn the time over here to Jonathan, and the discussion is more focused on the South Hills Boulevard roadway. And so there's going to be an amendment to this whole development, an amendment to the MDA coming soon, but this is one component of it we want to kind of get buttoned up and figured out, because it kind of drives some of their other stuff. So I'll let Jonathan take over from here.
All right, just a quick sound check. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. Jonathan, do I have control? Looks like I might. Okay, fantastic. All right, so Blake and I, we've met with the developer in the past while, and they've proposed an alignment for South Hills Boulevard that is a little different than the original MDA. And I'm going to show a map here on the next slide here in just a little bit in comparison, which you've seen. And since the time that the staff report was written, we have received findings on the traffic analysis, and I'll do my best to explain those. I think we can summarize those pretty quickly. So really what we're looking for tonight is, how do we want to, with this significant enough of a deviation in what was originally intended in the MDA versus what's being proposed, is this something that the council would like to see being covered in making a formal amendment in the MDA or a staff modification to the alignment? Anyway, so that's essentially what we're talking about. So what I'll do is that's what we're looking to get tonight. So on the left, you can see there's two main, in fact, I think I can use my cursor here. So there's two main alignments to keep an eye on here in the original MDA. So this orange line here is what was originally intended to be South Hills Boulevard. And then you can see another green, I think it's green, but there's a green alignment here as well. Can everyone see my cursor okay? I hope that's working. Great. Now, at the time this MDA was created, the complete vision for the Mountain View corridor wasn't completely understood. I think that the intent for this frontage road along Mountain View corridor was there in case there was not a frontage road along Mountain View corridor is the understanding, at least at that time when the MDA was created. Fast forwarding to today, you can kind of see that this roadway, it more so mimics the orange line of the original MDA and essentially omits, as you can see, the original parallel path along Mountain View corridor. But and they're proposing again that it omits that portion of the line, with the understanding that those frontage roads essentially taking that capacity and fulfilling the intent of the orange line. So Blake and I, well, let me jump to the next slide here. A quick little comparison map for discussion. You can see that the green line, you can see here, was the original master plan alignment in the MDA for South Hills Boulevard, and then you have the black line, which is being proposed today.
Hey, Jonathan, I don't mean to
Blake and
interrupt you, but I thought the green line in your last slide, there's an orange line and then that dark green line. The dark green line and the black line look the same to me. Are they not?
You're right, Sherry. So this green line here on that slide almost exactly mimics this black line.
And that was in the original MDA, right?
It was in the original MDA, but was planned to be, a lot smaller of a right of way, taking, and then this green line in the MDA was intended to be the major, the arterial South Hills Boulevard. And what they're proposing essentially omits this portion of the green line, as well as this small portion just right here on the very south end.
Which is
so Blake and I,
Port of Rockwell.
Correct. Yep. Okay. So what we did is we asked that a traffic impact study be completed, which has been completed. And if what I'd like to do is just discuss that really quick and the findings of that. They suggest that this portion, since the Mountain View corridor does have the frontage roads, that as long as the alignment follows and collects and stays close to Mountain View corridor at the connection of Real Vista, which is where I'm pointing, all the way to this point here, which is Academy Parkway, and then may deviate out this way. This portion would need to be a 5-lane, and then it could go down to a 3-lane as it deviates out this way. And it could remove this portion, but then the connection to Porter Rockwell would need to be completed. And again, the intent with this here would be able to connect the pods of this area a little better than perhaps this would. And that was what was supported in the study as well as intended by the developer. I think what the developer's proposing would just need to be tweaked just a little bit on the alignment to accomplish what's been proposed by the traffic impact study. This is a quick side point. This stays in. This isn't part of the South Hills Boulevard, but it's in the study and it is continued to be recommended. So we think with some slight modifications, sorry I jumped a little early, but with some slight modifications to what the developer has been proposing, I think we can accomplish what the traffic impact study is recommending. And so just kind of give a quick window into what the traffic master plan shows. So these volumes here then would be carried a little higher uphill and then coming in and tying into Porter Rockwell. And so again, the discussion point, again, before the traffic impact study was provided, the first point here, the connectivity to Porter Rockwell is recommended in the traffic impact study, to pull out the stub out for a connection to here, to Porter Rockwell. So that's supported. The study also does support a continued connection here at Porter Rockwell, Academy Parkway, and Real Vista. But again, so we would need to follow the alignment a little closer to the Mountain View corridor until it hits that point and then deviates out further away from Mountain View corridor. This point here, connectivity across properties owned by others, initially that was a concern where, the roadway was where it was originally coming through and bisecting this property and now short circuits it. It kind of comes out this direction. That was an item that we were bringing up. We had some concerns with geometric and topography with that alignment. I think that can be overcome and designed adequately per the design standard requirements. The issue is then we're going to have some pretty significant cut and fills, but I think those would have existed as well, perhaps, to this alignment as well. If we connect to Porter Rockwell, we would have and maintain a number of Mountain View corridor access points and maintain the functionality of what was originally intended. Again, if the developer just kind of fine tunes what they originally proposed to conform with what was recommended in the traffic impact study. And then also we would need to continue to work with the developer. They propose currently to have homes fronting on this roadway. We would need to work with them to work out some pretty, well, we take a closer look at that to ensure we're being safe as we have homes that front that roadway. Anyway, so again, circling back to the original intent of this is where we're omitting again, or where the developer is proposing to do this alignment and omitting just a portion of that parallel roadway that is now being carried by Mountain View corridor. Is that a staff level decision? Should we make a formal amendment to the MDA? And even discussing and answering any questions that you might have, but that's as far as I've prepared.
Jonathan, the initial question. Oh, go ahead, Sherry.
No, you're good.
I was going to say the initial question I had, I think, was answered by your opening statement that, and maybe I missed this from our initial discussion a few weeks ago, is that when that plan was made and the orange line road went through, if you can maybe go to that screen, the green and the orange. Is that when yeah, there we go. The one on the left, when that was put through, you said that the orange line was basically contemplated as a frontage road because what Mountain View was not known, right? So we didn't know that that was going to be a frontage road. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's what I'm. Yes, was the understanding. It predates my time on exactly how far along the Mountain View corridor vision was captured, but that's what our understanding is, and then again, it's being supported by the traffic impact study.
Okay, so it sounds like that's kind of the key issue is that, well, now Mountain View does have what we see now is the frontage road, the freeway in the middle, and this road is only what 100 or so feet, linear feet to the west and there's an elevation change, so maybe it's just not needed. And we just need to make sure the traffic study supports the access points from the green road. Yes?
That's correct. That's correct. Yep.
All right. So I guess my question for you would be, from an engineering point of view, are there any concerns you have for us? What is your suggestion for us? Personally, I don't care how we address this, however it needs to be done.
Certainly. I think I can address that. Initially, the initial concern was, where we're deviating and pulling away so far away. Are we going to have a significant volume of traffic coming through here, which that would be short-circuited from a more direct pathway? I think when we look at those, and the exhibit from the study would be super helpful to show, but they anticipate the majority of the traffic being on Academy Parkway and Real Vista, and then only a fraction of that coming off of this access in Porter Rockwell. Although needed, this alignment would support that volume. So from my perspective, if we, make some slight modifications what the developers propose to comply with what the traffic impact study shows, which is, again, to connect to Porter Rockwell and to ensure adequate capacity along here, and pulling it a little closer to Academy and Real Vista, I think we would accomplish what we would need.
So did you get the traffic study like right after the last meeting? Because when we looked at this last Thursday, the conversation was much different.
Yeah, we received the traffic impact study on Monday.
Okay, that makes sense, because I was like, wait, what about the 2 crossings of the thing and the steep grades? And so that's all been mitigated through the traffic study.
Yeah, the traffic impact study essentially supports the volumes. We will still have to mitigate, topography and have to work through that. But, they haven't got to that level of grading. Right now, we're just trying to make sure that, we solidify the alignment. Now trying to figure out, how do we formally do that? Is that a staff level decision, or is that something that we should amend in the MDA?
Maybe that's a question for Jay.
Yeah, and as long as it doesn't compromise the intent.
Yeah, I think, well, first off, I'm not an engineer, nor did I stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, so I can't even pretend to be one. Obviously, that's why we have good staff people, is to look at these issues. And I think we all understand this, that when some of these MDAs are put in place that have lots of acreage to develop, that we know that there's going to be changes from what was originally conceptualized to when it actually comes to fruition in the development. And again, I rely on our staff to do the work and to do the job and make sure that it meets the intent of what we need as a city and the infrastructure moving forward. And so for me, like I say, knowing that staff has done the work, required the traffic study, has all of the documentation to support that making this change, still meets our future. Again, I would defer to legal as well to weigh in on whether they think it needs to be really codified in an amendment to the MDA versus just making that a staff change, because we have fantastic staff that are going to be eligible and capable to do that for us all the time.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to jump in on this. I think there's a good, better, best approach to this. I would prefer that it be changed by an amendment. Amendments really aren't that hard to do, right? There's some work in working with the other side to get an amendment to come up with the language that we can agree on, right, in terms of an amendment. But 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, having an amendment in place, I think does more for the city, protects the city's interests than just moving forward on an administrative level without having that amendment. That's not to say that you can't do it that way, right? It's just good to have it in case you ever need to look back at that. It's going to be a recorded amendment, and we're going to have some documentation about why we made the changes that we did, and have that formalized in an amendment.
So you guys know the developers here and has brought the traffic consultant with them. If they want to give us any comments or provide some commentary, yeah? Is that all right with council? They've sat through 2 meetings now to get to this topic.
I'm fine with it. They had some additional weigh in.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to come up and add our 2 cents to this. To address Chase's comments, I can agree with that because we've already amended the MDA. I believe it was the first amendment. When we accomplished other things, we recognized that in the MDA, there was a requirement for that road, the old orange road you were looking at, to go in. And since Mountain View Corridor Frontage Road had been installed, that requirement was moot. And so we did formalize that already in an amendment. So for us to add this language to an upcoming amendment that's going to have a few other things piled in is perfectly fine with us. I think it's a good idea to continue that formalization. So a couple other things before I turn it over to Josh from Hales, who did the study that we produced Monday, and we apologize not getting it up in time for your visual. It would be very helpful, but maybe we can, still send that out for you guys to look at later. We recognize those connection points to Academy Parkway and Real Vista Drive, and we recognize the crossing down into the lower section of the Whedon property, which attaches to Porter Rockwell. We already have a road going there. It's basically already designed, and it's just gonna, I think that's the best place to cross, because if you're up higher, it's about an 80-foot drop, and it's just not gonna be feasible from a cost standpoint for the city to do that. But down lower like that, I think it accommodates the community, the mutual property owners, and I see that working very well. So we agree with that. And the alignment that we have on this upper road just matches topography. To go that lower direction would really require a lot of grading and possibly some bridges, and the expense of that just really wasn't necessary. We think this serves the community better, and we hope that you guys can see that. So I'll let Josh add in unless someone else has questions for me.
Any questions for John? Steve?
John, real quick, before you do that, if I could ask a question.
Sure.
Jonathan was talking about a slight modification of the alignment of the road, moving it a little closer towards Academy Parkway down on that north end of the, like right in there. Is that proposing any problems or difficulties for you guys if that was moved?
Not at all. The reality is, in our efforts and our anticipation of our timeline, we knew that if we put this down on paper, we're going to start hearing some additive conversations from other property owners. Obviously, once it starts becoming more real, everybody has a preference. The way that it's lined around that existing water tank from the Rosecrest perspective, whether it's above it or below it, for us, we're fine. We just want to have the conversation start moving forward so we can identify this alignment and get it perfected. And it does accommodate, there's a Butterfield property, which I believe there's a new representation there, and they're welcoming it stretching down into their property. We're totally fine with that. So we're working with everybody to tweak this just a little bit, but ultimately you'll see something that looks very similar to this, and it has all the main connection points. This road services South Hills to a 34% capacity, so it's a 76% of other property owners in this area. So we want input from other people as well. And of course, when it crosses through their property, we want to make sure that everybody agrees with its alignment. I think we're getting there, and it looks like that we've designed something that seems to make sense for everybody. So,
Councilor John? Josh from Hales, better up.
Yeah, I'm Josh Gibbons from Hales Engineering. I think both Jonathan and John have summarized the study really well. Just add a couple more things, I guess. Just so you all know, we looked at the projected land use throughout this entire stretch of the roadway within kind of the larger South Hills area, as well as other developments to the west of here. And like John was saying, the South Hills development is about 34% of the trips, so about 1/3 of the trips through there. As Jonathan said, a lot of the development is kind of centered around Academy Parkway and Real Vista Drive. Because we're going to have 2 traffic signals at those spots, a lot of the traffic is just going to be drawn to those spots, and we won't have very much traffic traveling to the southeast through the development.
Sorry, Josh, which is why those connection points you've mentioned several times are so important. It offloads the traffic onto Mountain View frontage, right? So it's, instead of everybody traveling along all the way to Porter Rockwell, they're loading off onto the frontage road to Mountain View.
Correct, yeah. And just to echo what's been said already, the previous alignment, which was more parallel to Mountain View corridor, it's not really needed anymore. The frontage roads along Mountain View corridor are going to achieve the goal of providing an alternate parallel route to the freeway that'll come in eventually. So, like has been said, it's a 3-lane cross section through kind of the southeast end. So most of it should be a 3-lane cross section. On the northwest end by Academy Parkway and Real Vista Drive, it'd be 5 lanes. So, any questions?
Anything for Josh? I think we're good. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thanks, guys.
Okay,
Thank
moving
you.
on, unless there's anything else from council. We already addressed 2.7. So on to 2.8, Midas Creek discharge regulation discussion. Blake.
This is another one I'm going to turn over to Jonathan. We've been meeting with the county, and Jonathan just was anxious to talk more than me tonight, I think. So I'll let him talk about this one. This one is just kind of an update, but here you go.
Great. All right, so the exhibit that Jonathan's going to throw up for us here shows eminent developments. Maybe he doesn't have it. Anyway, it shows the eminent developments that are that we intend or anticipate to see falling into Midas Creek, and there's a handful of those. So a few weeks ago, we received an invitation from Salt Lake County and their consultant, and they reviewed or did a study that indicated that the flows that they're seeing coming into Midas Creek are significantly more than what they had anticipated. Sounds like that study that was created, there was a study done back in 2002 called the Southwest Canal and Creek Study that included some areas that are tributary to Midas Creek that were never anticipated to be developed. And since that time, those areas are planned to be developed, and now we are getting to a point where they might potentially exceed the capacity of Midas Creek. This is a very similar issue to what we've seen on Rose Creek. And so that their consultant came to Herriman City, Riverton City, the Municipal Services District, as well as South Jordan, presented this draft study where they said, hey, we need to restrict our flow. And they said that would need to start for anything that hasn't, that would affect any development that hasn't started construction yet. And so that has a significant effect on perhaps areas that have been developed and have been entitled, and so now they're that had some backlash with, or there's a lot of concern for that area and how we could recant those permits that have been previously provided. So what we wanted to do is get in front of you, kind of make you apprised of this issue, that it might become a bigger issue here in time. The county has since stepped back and they're taking a closer look at the study, whereas before they were looking at restricting to 0.02 from a 0.2 CFS, and now they're looking perhaps somewhere in the middle. And so it's an issue that I think has exceeded Blake and I at this point, but we're trying to work it out. But I anticipate this coming up a little more if you haven't heard about it already. So just apprising the council about it. It sounds like I never got that exhibit to John.
It is in the packet. I've got it on my computer here.
Okay.
That's crazy. That is such a massive change to already entitled land. I mean, holy moly. I don't know how we work backwards from that. When I read that, I had to read that 3 times. Like, you got to be kidding me. How is that? How can it be 1/10 of what it was before?
And
So
well, it sounds like a huge county issue. I mean, it's kind of like an unfunded mandate, right? I mean, well, okay, we're going to impose this on you, even for people that already have vested rights. Well, so what are we supposed to do, right? So Jonathan, my understanding, it's in the county's court, right? It was easy for them to make their initial decision, and now they're hearing why that decision doesn't make a whole lot of sense in a lot of cases, and they're going to have to come up with something, not us.
That's correct. Yep. Yeah, they're currently working on that. Hopefully we'll see in a revision to their study here pretty soon, hopefully.
Do you need anything else from us? Any other questions, comments?
No, thank you.
Good. All right. It's all right. We'll move on to 2.9 city manager updates. Oh, did I miss? Oh, I did miss 2.6. I apologize. 2.6, the Juniper Crest Recreation Area update. I just wanted to get done. That was the last time.
All right. Well, we'll get the presentation up on this one. I will be presenting this one. So while we wait for that to come up, when we did the budget last year, that just started last week, there was some funding that was approved to put some improvements in and do some recreational improvements on that west trailhead that you're seeing. We call that the Mulcock property. It's 5 acres. And then since then, Rosecrest was approaching us. The park, or the green space that's shown on the right of your screen, the east trailhead location, that pod or piece of property there is about 2.5 acres of area that can be improved. It looks a lot bigger than the 5 acre piece, but really it's a big drainage area. So there's about 2.5 acres of something that we can do something with there. And so Rosecrest was going to turn it into an HOA park. And we started looking at their plans, and Wendy started looking at it in conjunction with the Mulcock property. And it was kind of discussed and kicked around that it would probably be a good place to have a trailhead right off of Sentinel Ridge Boulevard. Rosecrest was planning on doing a parking lot there with about 40 parking stalls. And we through and reviewed the plans, and we can actually build a parking lot for 40 stalls right now, and then have a plan to expand it to the future to probably double that size if this becomes a really popular trailhead location. There's utilities stubbed in on the, I guess that would be the very south point of it for a bathroom, for a future bathroom. There's a big play area, and I think is there another PDF we can go to? Maybe. Looks like it's being sticky.
Kind of outlines the recreation area itself.
Yeah. So if you remember, we've got a consultant working with us on an entire recreational plan for the area. There's going to be a trail that runs from the lower trailhead all the way up the canyon. It goes all the way, it's paved all the way up towards Black Ridge. And then there's another trail that kind of runs along the south side of the canyon that's going to be unpaved, more of a natural trail. And then along that area, we went and hiked it last week. There was a group of us socially distancing our hiking. We were hiking up, and you come along the trail, and there's some really good open areas where you're climbing up, and then all of a sudden there's an acre of open, fairly flat land. Just it's kind of out in the middle of there. A good opportunity along this canyon to do some cool recreation stuff. And as we got looking, we thought, well, since we have budget allocated for this west trailhead, but there's a whole bunch of improvement and grading and things needed to go into that before we can actually do anything, maybe it's a good idea to take some of that funding and push it down to this lower trailhead where we can actually get something going right away and get this trailhead and this Juniper Canyon recreation area kicked off right off the bat with a parking area and some grass and a place for people to come and access the recreational amenities up there. So, oh, there we go. That's there's the next slide. You can see kind of the bigger picture here as it ties in with some of the trails. And actually that trail that wraps around and comes up and ends up on the hill above the houses will continue down and cross Juniper Canyon or Juniper Crest Road underneath in a concrete culvert, like a 10 by 10 culvert or something like that is what Rosecrest is planning on. And then it'll come in parallel Mountain View corridor and tie back in. So you'll be able to park at this trailhead and make a giant loop on your mountain bike or running or however you want to hit the trails. And anyway, this just will get it started and get everything kicked off. So I guess, is there another PDF? I think Wendy might have had one more. Look at the packet here.
Like 2 pages down in the packet. Yep.
Just kind of some more ideas of the amenities. We do have a site plan. I think Sherry got to see that last week in a meeting. We had a site plan with the trailhead. Parking lot comes off of the road that runs up to that subdivision off of Sentinel Ridge Boulevard. And so across from this parking lot, this trailhead would be pod 35 from Wasatch, which is part of their commercial development. So there'll be some interface there from the commercial right into some residential on that next to the trailhead. And then, yeah, so I guess what we're looking at is just a nod from the council to take some of the funding that was allocated for the Mulcock property and put it towards this this project. Rosecrest has allocated to spend the money from, they were going to spend it whether they're going to do it as a private or public park. So what we're looking at right now is Rosecrest either building the amenities and doing a reimbursement agreement for it, or they just pay the money up front and we use that. And we'll just look at what the cost of construction is. It's kind of appealing to have them do a reimbursement agreement because they're getting really good prices on their improvements right now compared to what we've been getting.
I think it makes sense to shift the timing to the property to the east, you know, with everything that's going on down there. And it's music to my ears, right? All the conversations we've had about getting trailheads and street access in the right places to bring people to our commercial areas, et cetera. I think it's a brilliant idea.
I support it as well. So Blake, I just want to make sure I understand this. So the funding for it would be joint effort between what Rosecrest was already going or already had dedicated to that, plus additional funding from the city then to complete this. Is that what I heard?
Yes, that's what we're looking at, because I think what they've planned to do was a private park, and just raising the bar to city standards will raise the cost a little bit.
Okay. Well, no, like I say, I think timing wise, it makes sense to go with what you can really jump on and start improving those amenities. So I'm supportive as well.
I also am supportive primarily because if not, then that's just going to get turned into a park, and we have now the opportunity to put parking spaces in, create trailhead. I just think it's important to preserve more and more of that, because I think the more and more word gets out on these trails and the amenities that we have, the more and more people that we're going to draw, and the more and more need we're going to have for places for them to park and access the trails. So if we can preserve it now, I think it's really good. Plus it's the excavating and things like that, it's ready to go. Good.
What they said.
And I'll point out it's a good thing that we preserve the right of way on Juniper Crest all the way to Mountain View. Excellent. We good?
Okay. And one other side piece on that, just a piece of information, just to remember, there's going to be a secondary water line that runs from about where this trailhead is all the way up the canyon. And that's going to go in, and then trails will go in where that water line goes. And so all that's the water lines are going to be constructed through, I think, February of 2021. And so these trails will all go in next summer. The trailhead will probably be all open and ready to go around fall time. So everything should piece together. So next summer we can have no COVID and lots of trail use is what I'm hoping.
That's awesome.
Okay. Now 2.9. I apologize to Jackie. I've made her life very difficult jumping around the agenda tonight. 2.9 city manager updates. Brett.
I'll just make a few comments about that. I want to commend Wendy and Blake working together. They actually go hike that, and they said it's just absolutely beautiful going up that canyon. And the foresight, you think about taking what Rosecrest was planning and do it not only in the Herriman standards, but creating an amenity that is going to be more enriched in that area. Across the street from Academy Village, that economic growth there, I think it's got a lot of synergy. I think it's a good thing to do. You actually, in my opinion, you're promoting some economic development there by moving this project forward. So just want to make that comment. We do have a lot of fun things to catch up on. I know that I appreciate the phone conversations I had with the, well, 5 of you, but there's only 4 present tonight, about changing, going back to virtual meetings. And there's a lot of evidence out there why we felt like strongly we need to recommend that. I mean, look at today, we have 722 cases today and 7 deaths in the state. It got a whole new high, and that may be a direct reflection of the 4th of July weekend possibly. But we also received some more information Monday and through the weekend. Actually, we got it from Brian on Monday, but Chief Carter actually got some of it on over the weekend and made some recommendations about how we meet as a cabinet meeting too, that we need to get in bigger spaces where they're talking about not only the droplets, but the aerosol of the COVID, and it's actually can hang into a room for about an hour. That's why the masking up is so critical when you're in buildings. And if you can't, even with you can't get social distance, it's wise to wear one. And here again, I don't think any of us are nervous about getting it. We're worried about how many of us get at a time to deplete our family members, our workforces, to be able to do the jobs we need to do. And so I appreciate the council's support of going back to virtual meetings. We know it's been difficult, it's hard to handle them, but we have always moved the bar back and forth a little bit to try to stay with the COVID and what's going on in our state, and particularly Salt Lake County. And we've done that, I think, in a very successful management. We have had a few threats in our workplace with employees being possibly contaminated, but no one has tested positive. And so when you think about that, we have 200 employees with the crossing guards. We have had no one as of date test positive for COVID in our workforce. And Clinton knows from CE works at that, he knows that's rare out there.
I think that's amazing, because that includes our police department.
Yes.
Right, who have a high contact rate, so that's incredible.
It is very incredible. So how we're managing the precautions we've taken in March when it started coming out, I projected we'd be, our AV schedules, our separation until middle of August. And now we're starting to see signs we're not going to be out of it even then. I know some people thought I was being pessimistic, but I think middle of August now is looking optimistic. But it's really about caution, take care of our people, because we can't afford to lose half our workforce, our police force or our water department or our streets department. They're getting work done every day. And if you lose a whole department that don't know how to do that, I'm sorry, no offense to Troy and his guys, but how many can go out and fix a sprinkler and do it right with the clocks and stuff? So that would have to sit and wait until it got fixed. You hire people for the job, right? And I'll let Troy chime in here, because I'm gonna blindside a few people tonight about some comments I want them to make. And I'd like Troy to comment on this because he works really close with Brian Weidmer on this, and how we're trying to navigate and try to keep I keep calling our family healthy, our Herriman family healthy. And I appreciate you accommodating that. We need an executive order about masking up. We're in the hallways of the city and when we're moving around the lobby areas. And then if we're working in close confined areas with people, it's also known that COVID is, you're in better spaces to be outside. You're meeting in groups. We're doing a lot of outside meetings now rather than inside meetings. We're just trying to move with that and stay healthy. So Troy, do you want to make a few comments? And I'm sure Clint could actually either back up and tell us a little bit from his perspective, dealing with it every day, what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I'll try and get there's my camera. Hello, council. Good evening. Brett, you hit it right on the head. We've been doing a lot of great things with the city. Our precautions have paid off. We still don't have anybody that has contracted the illness, which is good. And we have to stay on top of that. We know that our luck will run out like everybody has, and we'll deal with that when it does. Over the weekend, I got to spend some time with a surgical radiologist who's a relative of mine, was working in St. Louis, and he was telling me about the aerosol and that politically and for other reasons, economically, they really didn't want to discuss that. And Brian Weidmer at the same time was coming across the same information. Well, both the WHO and the CDC recently have come out. I think it was Monday or Tuesday. Clint, you probably have a closer eye on that than I do in the medical field, but Monday or Tuesday came out and disclosed that yes, as much as we don't want it to be the case, it aerosols, and it's a very small micron and it stays in the air for a very long time. And this radiologist, a relative of mine that we were talking to, said in St. Louis, they have to rest rooms. And that means once they move a patient, because the aerosol and the micron of the virus is so small, it stays airborne for a significantly long time. And with that, they have to let things settle before they start their disinfectant. The area he works in is fairly poor, so they didn't have access to UV lights like we do and those kind of things to get a very, very clean room, even in the hospital. So what we recognize from that is we need to take a greater caution, because what we were doing, really, our counts were going up and our risk behaviors we weren't taking the correct risk behaviors. And it looked like we probably were headed for a situation where we would start to get a lot of people sick at the same time. And we have to be very careful with that, as we mentioned earlier. So we've reinstituted a lot of things in the building. We went away from, we necked down the essential meetings quite a bit, actually, where we're in a room, if it's not a big room with a lot of ventilation. And Clint, it looked like you were drawing in a breath. I didn't mean to interrupt you when we talked about that. Okay. And so now that we understand that a little bit more, and we have come to know that the aerosol is a problem, we're going to take some efforts for that. So the police officers are back to wearing masks, as much as they dislike it and I dislike it. That just, it's hard to communicate with those on. It's hard to really see what the person's saying and thinking without that lower facial expression we're learning. So we're back to that. I think that we have a pretty good handle on things. Brett has necked things back down, really. So I feel we're in a good spot. And Brian Weidmer, who is not on right now, but has been studying this significantly. He says his wife's gone crazy because he thinks, or he's gone crazy. She thinks he's gone crazy because he loves to read about COVID all day long. But he is a good resource, and he's been doing a great job in briefing us every Monday on where we're at with that. So
I appreciate that, Chief. And like I said, we keep on moving, but we do it slightly. We're not very drastic in any one measure. We're trying to be just very cautious what we're doing with our people. And we've had some criticism by our own people about we care about the inside people more than the outside. I'm going, in reality, the outside people actually are safer than the people being in the buildings in confined rooms. And Chief Carr sent out a text Sunday night, and he says, I think we need to meet in the Bingham Creek room. I thought, well, there's only 6 of us, but we're having a big room. And then it came out why the aerosol and being cautious. And then after we left that room, it has to sit idle for at least an hour and then be cleaned again. So make sure we don't get those aerosols. Clint,
and Brett, if I can add one more thing to what you had said, when you mentioned that we had, we were necking things down, we really didn't have to move that far because we hadn't come off of the greater restrictions that we held versus other places that had let loose quite a bit.
Yeah, I was keep thinking Clint was going to say something, but I just think he's just agreeing with us. So
he's tricking us.
While you're on, Chief, I will give credit where credit's due. Tammy had this vision about everything going on with public safety and stuff out there to do chat with the chief again, and that got launched off today. And I think he missed what he really should do. He should be like a news cat guy.
Yeah, she told me I would talk too much, and I did. So at least that's consistent.
So him and Cody teamed up. They had a lot of good questions asked. They had some very, very sensitive questions to answer. And I just want to turn some time over you from your perspective, and maybe Tammy, she wants to chime in on from what she thinks about it. But I think it was a big success. We had No Offense Council. We had more people watching that than do council meetings. So
I'll tell you, my wife was watching it today.
That's not hard.
I really enjoy the Chat with the Chief series. I have since we began doing it. I think a lot of good information comes out. There were some pretty direct questions. People wanted to know, and it wasn't all about the protests or the riots. It was a lot about where are we at with the COVID situation. And but there were some questions that were pretty direct about what should happen if we're having a riot in the streets in Herriman and my car gets stuck in it and I start to get assaulted. You know, and we have to work our way through that with folks and tell them, you know, it's a matter of self-defense, and if you feel like you need to get out of that situation, you can. And we talked a lot about the Second Amendment and your right to carry a firearm and those kind of things to protect yourself, because I think people are nervous. Another question was, how do we keep our neighborhoods safe? And the key to that is, you know, your neighborhoods, right? We're not an occupying force that comes from outside. We built this police department from the inside of the community out. We're coaches and teachers and neighbors in that community. And we feel strongly about that. And you know, we know what's supposed to be going on in your neighborhood. And if it isn't going on, or there is something extra going on, you need to contact law enforcement and let us know, and we'll come over and take a peek at it. So I think really we were able to get, Tammy, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we got through all of the questions that were presented to us. And I think there were some live questions coming in too. So we gave people an opportunity to ask us questions ahead of time in case they were at work and had some items that they wanted to discuss. So we got through those, but I do think we had some live questions coming in. But again, it was a great time. We enjoyed it. I think we went about an hour. It was a fantastic opportunity to connect. We did it at Crane Park, so we were able to hand out popsicles to all the kids and you know, kind of actually get back out into the community. It was a little therapeutic for me. I hadn't been around all our kids in the neighborhoods and the parents, and being able to just go and casually speak with people was a good experience for us. And I had Cody with me today. We had a great time. I understand we're going to do it at American Burger next. So I will save the fire department comments on that one. I think we've covered that before.
I will make sure I come and poke a hole in your burger so you recognize it as food.
That it's food, yeah. If you don't mind putting some sugar or some sprinkles on top as well, that helps me quickly identify it. So we'll do that later this month. You know, I think there's a certain comfort level for our citizens as we get to have these conversations and carefully get back into the community with the right safety precautions. So again, enjoyable experience.
Well done today. I got to go stand behind and listen and watch Cody, the chief, respond to his questions. I thought, oh boy, that's a sticky one, but they navigated that very well and did a very good job. To go along with that, I've been contacted by a radio station 90.1 to do an interview tomorrow about, you know, they're saying we're the first city that left UPD, and wanted to give a heads up. I don't mind talking in public, but we know what we need to say. We know why we left, and I can tell you that one of the lasting questions, would we go back, is the last question they want to ask. And I think I would actually don't have to ask, but it'll be kind of fun to your expression. So what do you think? We think we should go back to UPD, but I think I'm going to have a strong statement to say what we gained, and I didn't realize this in our 20-year history, is that community policing element, and hiring the right chief and the right people behind him to really understand what community policing really is. And it's that contact with the kids and the parents and stuff out in public, and just communicating so well with them. And that's the piece we didn't know, because it was always a contract from day one. And after experience that from as your city manager that has to administrate this city, and I would never recommend the council to go back to that, because of that number one reason. You can't replace that. It was not duplicated. We tried hard, got close, but not to where we're at today. Seeing what's happened today, and how our HPD department is embraced the public, and the public is really embracing them. And so I think I would be confident saying that council would not even think about that right now. Is that correct?
I would say cuss no. I think it's a lot like government closest to the people. Same with police force closest to the people. When they're connected to their community, there's buy-in there that no matter, it doesn't say that people aren't good police officers or anything. It's the level of connection in the community changes, and I think it's important.
We're very fortunate.
Yeah, and you know, obviously Taylorsville City has made their announcement, and obviously I know there's a lot of factors that go into making those decisions, but the main one that they publicized was just that. that now is the time for them to be able to really focus on their own public policing needs and that connection and how important that is, especially in the times that we're facing right now. So I think obviously we all knew that we made the right decision a few years ago, and I think we are having that reinforced every single day, especially in the times that we're in right now, that was the absolute right decision for our community to make at that time.
Yeah,
Okay.
surprisingly, the only thing I'll say is that the question I get asked often is, what would you tell other cities to do? And the answer is whatever's best for them, right?
Yeah.
Every community is different dynamics, different economics, different needs. And Sherry put it well, right? The level that's closest to the community is best. And for me, we talked about this a lot in our early meetings, is being part of the fabric of the community versus wearing it, right? Yeah. I mean, we were asking them just to wear the fabric before, now they're part of the fabric. It makes such a huge difference that way. So the other thing I'll say is that I've said this before, and I think I'll say it till the day I'm done with all of this. Out of everything that we've done and any decisions we've made, that's by far the best decision and will be the longest lasting one.
Yeah. When you led with Sherry said it right, I thought you were referring to her cuss no comment.
Let's just say it's a good thing not interviewing me, right?
As I thought about, as you guys were talking, and I thought about the questions that were asked today, one of them was, how come we're not having these problems in our community? And it really boils down to your police department is very, very good. But at the end of the day, it's the community and it's our citizens that have created such a fantastic place to live, and they treat their community with such great respect that we just won't have those problems. I feel confident and I feel safe, and they should feel safe in their community, and we'll make sure they are. But at the end of the day, it's our residents that make this just a fantastic place to be. And I've told you guys all this before. I will never police anywhere else. This is it for me.
You've made that point before, Chief, and that's an excellent one, is that our police department supports our residents, right? So they call in, they have these concerns, and you guys support them. They're the first line of policing, really, right?
That is right.
Supporting our community versus policing them. I
honestly believe if for some reason we had a riot in Herriman, our residents would come to our aid. They would come and help us police. Because they are the front line. They are the police. The police are the public and the public are the police. I believe in that strongly. And I know that my residents would come to my aid. I do. And it's a great feeling, to be honest with you. I would have 60,000 people standing behind me saying, not here.
Yep.
Good. At a later date, we'll have a introduction. But Tuesday, we actually start a new officer with our HPD.
Yep. So, Garrett Dutson will be starting with us. He's from Utah County. He is a specialist in people. He, much like a lot of our officers, me included, never intended to be a police officer. We were doing other things and found this, or it found us. I don't know which. And he too, he was a mortician and a farmer, and he decided that he would go and do that, and his wife told him, you're too small and nice. And like I said earlier on Chat with the Chief, you don't have to be mean to be a cop. It's a whole lot easier if you're nice, right? And he will, once you see him and have a moment to visit with him, you'll recognize that we just continue to get the best candidates in the state of Utah to come work for us. So,
and what two professions don't go better together than a farmer and a mortician?
Right?
Right.
Yeah, when he told me he was a mortician, I was like, what? I don't think that I've ever actually met a mortician off duty, thankfully. I should be more worried if they were on duty and I met a mortician.
And you met him, yeah. Hey, Chief Carr, I do have one request of you. Yes. And that is I think you need to go on and just find a nice website and print out a certificate of PhD for Weidmer, and let us all assign that and present that to him as our honorary PhD for all the work that he's done
the COVID side of things, because yeah, he's taken a quite an interest in it, and maybe even a little bit concerning at times, but nonetheless, we'll definitely support him in his honorary PhD.
Well, his dad is a epidemiologist, and I think he's doing a good job in following in his footsteps, even though that wasn't his intent. But he was headed through the medical field, and he just needed a part-time job to help pay for that. And it was being a police officer. So, here he is, right? You know, so again, just a great.
I don't know about everybody else, but my takeaway from this conversation tonight, my takeaway was that Chief Carr said he's going to be here for the next 20 years. So that's what I got.
That's great. About 20, but I'll give you all of my good years. That is for sure.
Pretty sure it's a long-term contract.
Right. It has been my absolute pleasure. And I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful you guys have allowed me to be here. I'm grateful our community supports us. This is the best experience of my life.
Awesome.
So we also had Wendy working on COVID a lot, and she was gathering and reading a lot of stuff. She's been involved with the state and the county heavily, and that's what we started seeing, you know, we need to funnel this through one direction. And Brian, with his honorary PhD, he was the choice, and because his dad's background and stuff, it's really been beneficial to us, as you've seen over and over again with the UV lights and all those other things he's doing, and make sure we have all the protections in-house. But it's been a phenomenal journey as we navigated this COVID situation. But I want to move on to a couple other topics, and we'll probably come back and chime in with the chief a little bit. That American Burger thing is going to come up again. I'd like Tammy to talk about an update for you for NWSL, the National Women's Soccer League, of your investment, and she's going to cover that for a minute.
Okay, let me make sure that I have access here to move everything.
While Tammy's getting it up, I'll just make a couple comments. I watched the opening game, and the announcers, every time they came in and out, it was Herriman.
Nice.
The scenic shots were all of the Herriman hills and mountains, not the East Bench. It was that first initial game I thought would open it up pretty well.
Awesome.
Yes, so it's been nice because every day I come in and my computer tracks every single time that Herriman is mentioned in the media. And with these games, every day, I just have this scroll of times that we've been mentioned, not only on television, but in social media and on the radio. So our name is definitely out there. So if that's what we wanted, we're definitely getting that in regards to people hearing the name Herriman, Utah on a regular basis because of these games. So about 5:00 p.m. today, John Jenna, he sent over all of the statistics so far of what's going on with the games, as well as how our marketing is going. So they had 8 teams participate in the Utah 2020 Challenge Cup tournament so far. Obviously, that's taking place right here in Herriman City at the Zions Bank Real Academy complex. And a lot of the comments that I'm seeing that are coming through on social media and in that media tracker that I have are a lot of accolades for the facility and everything around it, the scenery that's around it. So it does seem to be a very popular, talked about facility when people are talking about these games. Additionally, like I said, we had 8 teams that have been competing. There was supposed to be 9 teams, but 1 team did end up opting out. Out of the 8 teams, they all go through regular COVID-19 testing, and they also have to follow some very strict health guidelines in efforts to stay safe and continue playing throughout this time. The viewership for the games has been really great so far. I think in the beginning we had all been told that the games would be broadcasted on CBS, but due to some scheduling conflicts, it's just the opening games and then the finals that will be broadcast on CBS, and all other games have been played on CBS All Access, which is an internet-based site. So, so they're still getting out there, and obviously people are still watching them because, like I said, my media tracker is full every day with how many times our name has been mentioned based off of these games. So let's see. So if you look, this is some of the shots from TV, and you can see Herriman on their LED boards. That's some of our economic development marketing, as well as noting that Herriman is a great place to recreate. So those scroll across the LED boards throughout the games, along with some other advertisers that they have. But they look great, especially when you see them on TV. I wish that they could just stay up there the whole time instead of having to rotate through a process, but it is really nice to see. Again, here's the banners. We were told that we would have banners on the field. So there is a banner that notes Herriman City Experience Adventure. And there's actually more than one of those in the stadium. There's one on the other side as well. And then the field dividers, Herriman is also noted along those field dividers. So our name and our logo is, I think it's every 5th section is our name and our logo. So let's see, is it going to go to the next screen? So as I had noted, we are broadcast on CBS and CBS All Access. So right now we've reached more than 451,000 households on TV. So that's how many people are tuning in to watch the National Women's Soccer League Challenge Cup. And then again, social media, we are all over on social media. The reach for social media is 2.2 million as of this morning. So, so again, we're being put out there. And so if that was our goal with the money that we used to sponsor them, then we are definitely getting some of our money's worth in marketing. I wish that we could have had more of the television presence on CBS itself, but it does appear that there are some significant numbers that are still watching it on CBS All Access, as well as watching the clips on social media. Social media offers little clips of each game every day, and so it looks like they're being viewed quite a bit as well. So there's still games to play. The games continue for a few more weeks. So the end of July is when we'll see our last games. So that still means that we will have our names going across the LED boards every day for the next few weeks. And our broadcasted commercials will play as well. And I'm going to have John get those set up because I just want to show you some of the marketing commercials that we've put together for Herriman that they play throughout their television broadcasts on the game. So John, if you have those ready, you can go ahead and play them. There's 4 little small commercial clips, and I'll just have him play them consecutively so that you can see what we've put out there to let everybody know who Herriman City is.
Very minimalist in its approach.
continues to be the fastest growing city in the state of Utah. It's home to a community that embraces local businesses as part of its tight-knit culture.
We're putting a deeper stake ourselves in Herriman, and we'd invite others. We think they'll find that it's one of those rare opportunities to develop in a developer's lifetime, that you can be part of an emerging community that is beloved by its citizens.
The #1 growing city in Utah, #1 for your business. Welcome to Herriman. Herriman continues to be the fastest growing city in the state of Utah, but more importantly, the community maintains a tight-knit culture that welcomes any new business as family.
I have a belief that Herriman still has a hometown feeling. There's a real strong community feeling, and anything we can do to be part of that community, we think brings value to us.
Come and let your business be a part of the family. Welcome to Herriman.
So that's kind of what we put together. It doesn't echo when it actually plays on TV. So I don't know if you have any comments or feedback about what we've provided to them, but we're open to hearing about it if you do.
I think they looked great. Great job.
Awesome.
John is a miracle worker.
Yeah, I think to your point, you know, our intent and our goal in providing some funding to help support that was to get our name out there, and I think we're seeing a very good return on the investment with some great people that have put in a lot of hard work.
Yep. Fantastic job.
Okay, that's all I've got.
Okay, on the next topic, thanks, Tammy. I know you credit to John LaFoe, but that's what I call him, sorry. He does a great job with the video stuff, and but Tammy's definitely stewarding all that through, so she's doing a fantastic job on keeping the pulse on that and make sure it's good marketable material. But I want to talk about a little bit about now. I want Blake to talk about what Clinton's question was about the timing of the finished striping on 134. Blake, you still around?
Yes, I am. Just trying to get my AirPods in. They work a little bit better than just the speaker. So yeah, I've got one of our staff engineers that's been working on that project, and he sent a text. Him and Jonathan had been kind of going back and forth, and the striper is a sub-consultant to the person that did the paving, and so they had anticipated having the striping done, but for some reason they still have to do the fog lines, the messages, the bike lane striping, and some transitionary striping down at Mountain View. And so he hasn't been able to get a hold of his striping subcontractor, is what it sounds like. And he said in the morning he's going to get back with us and let us know, well, before tomorrow morning. So I don't know what that means. That's like within the next hour or two. We'll see. But it's on their schedule. It's going to happen. And I know that down at Mountain View, this may be the hangup. They were trying to coordinate that striping at Mountain View so the UDOT folks could get out and put the signal heads, get them all lined up just right while the striping was happening. So I did drive it today though, and the 7-lane section's in place, and it doesn't feel weird when you drive it. It feels like it's natural. We did have one biker come in today to complain about, not complain, but express his concerns about the bike lane where the 7-lane section is at, and asked, you know, what our plans were. Jonathan was in the office. He was able to show him the plan, look at what we're doing, and I think they're working through that. Well, I don't know if he was satisfied, but at least we had a good answer for him. And on the heels of that, we're looking at starting construction very soon on that 13200 South with the developer over there. And so when that gets built, we'll be able to tie that bike lane all the way around and take it out to Mountain View, and that secondary option will be all the way open at that time.
Thanks for the update, Blake. You know, obviously that the restriping that's been done, the 7-lane section is obviously in place and working well. It was nice the first couple of days when people didn't realize what that was, for me to be able to get in that far right lane and just go past them all because I knew it was a lane and they didn't. No, there are, obviously that needs to be contiguous over the Mountain View section there, because there is a little bit of confusion there where you have that third lane that just, as you're heading east, that third lane just ends because it doesn't continue over the top of Mountain View right there and then pick up on the other side. So that's really what prompted my question at the start of the meeting, because I saw that confusion manifest itself in a couple of drivers the past couple of mornings, as they again have picked up on the fact that third lane is there, but then the striping doesn't match up once you get to that cross section across Mountain View.
Okay, if I hear anything from the contractor before tomorrow morning, I'll make sure I get an email out to the council and to Brett and Tammy and Wendy, and just so that everybody's aware what's going on, what the schedule is, whatever the update is, I'll send it out. Okay, appreciate that.
There's
and
a potential safety issue too, just about that. On northbound to Mountain View, on the far right lane, when you come up to 134th there, currently people can turn right on a red light into that third lane because there's only been 2 lanes, and they can just turn while traffic is going from east or from west to east. I'm concerned that once that lane is established, that there could be people thinking they can still pull out and might get an accident there on that corner. So I really want to make sure that striping is completed all the way across, not because if it just goes halfway across the 134th across Mountain View and doesn't go all the way across, that could be really, really bad. So we need to get that corrected as fast as we can.
Yeah, and it's planned to connect all the way through. It was always in the plan. I think for some reason or another, the consultant or the sub didn't finish that piece of the work. So
I just think when they do that, they need to get that all done at one time. They can't piecemeal that all the way across Mountain View.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
And I'm to your info on 132nd. I'm very excited to hear that we're getting work started on that piece and make that connection down. I think that's going for a lot of reasons. That connection is needed. So I'm excited to hear that that's moving forward.
Okay. I'm going to let our Parks Deputy Director take a few minutes to talk about Black Ridge, where we're at with that. Anthony, you out there?
Yep, I'm here. So as most of you may know, we did close down the beach at Black Ridge Reservoir. It was last Friday, I believe it was, the 26th. We ended up closing it down. Right about 2 weeks ago, I think on the 23rd or the 24th, we started getting complaints from users up there at the beach that they were leaving and going home and coming down with rashes or what appeared to be bug bites, and they were itching quite a bit. The first complaint come in, and we kind of didn't think a lot about it, but as we started to get more and more complaints, we decided we better look into this a little bit further. So upon looking into it, we feel like we've identified the cause of the rash, and we believe it's coming from swimmer's itch, which is actually a parasite that is in the water. We've explored other options. We from users at the beach, we heard that they felt like maybe there were some bugs that were on the beach or in the sand. So we explored the option of potentially there being some type of a sand flea or a sand mite. Working with an entomologist at Utah State, we've kind of narrowed it down and don't really think that that is the source or the cause of the itching or the bug bites up there. So like I said, we do feel like it's we've isolated it down to what we feel is swimmer's itch. And since doing so, the water department has been treating the water up there, and it appears that they've treated it to where it's killing the snails in the water that carries that parasite. So I feel like we're taking care of the issue. However, one thing that is a little, I guess, concerning or makes me hesitant to open the water back up is there's not a real good test to test for swimmer's itch. There's really nothing out there that we can do to test to see if the parasite is out of the water. So at this point, we're kind of, we don't really know, I guess, what to do as far as opening the water again, if it's safe, or if we feel like that's the road we want to go down quite yet. But it does appear that we've taken care of the snails in the water that would be transmitting that parasite. So
I have
with
a theory,
that,
Anthony.
what's that?
This
Let's
is
hear
the
it.
universe telling us to say there's no swimming at the reservoir.
Yeah, it's very possible.
I was gonna say I can't even see Jared, but I can just feel the disappointment in him through my computer screen right now over this whole situation.
Right. With
I did not plant the sand fleas or whatever it is. It wasn't me.
So with that, we also have the algae issue that tends to rear its ugly head this time of year. It's been right around the 24th of July that we've had to close the reservoir down the last few years. So that's another thing to consider, as well as is algae. And this year the county has reduced funding, and they won't be doing testing for algae in the area. So that would be on us. If we were gonna test for algae, that would be on the city to do so. In talking with Luke this afternoon, it sounds like the test to do that runs about $175, and probably takes 3 or 4 days to get the results back on that. That's something we probably need to be doing on a regular basis if we decided to open the reservoir back up at this point in time. At least I would say once a week, if not twice a week, just monitoring the condition of the water, so that we can shut it down if we need to, due to the algae. So there's several.
Anthony, do we see a bloom in?
Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
So I want to ask, do we see an algae bloom in our reservoir that is independent of something happening in Utah Lake? Because usually it starts there first, and we hear about it in Blackridge a couple days later.
Right. Yeah. That's usually how it ends up. The county is testing at other sites, and they usually detect it there first, and then we'll have them come and test out the water at the reservoir after that. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, are we going to start testing just independently when we open it, or are we going to wait until there's a positive test at another site before we start testing?
Well, that's the thing. There's not going to be any testing done by the county at any of the other sites or facilities. Their funding has been withdrawn, and they're not going to be doing any testing. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm leaning upon maybe some advice or counsel from the council on how you guys would like to handle that. If you would like us to test that independently on a regular basis, we can do so and test for algae at our reservoir.
I would just say that if there aren't any other tests to give us a heads up, I mean that algae is dangerous. people can die from it. And so we want to make sure that we're on top of it. So if we're going to have it open, I think it's incumbent on us to do some pretty regular testing.
No swimming solves the problem.
Well, honestly, that really, you know, is the question: is a council, do we want to make that amenity open to you know, swimming recreation again? And if the answer is yes, then are we willing to obviously expend the funds to complete the testing to make sure that we are providing that security? Or again, Anthony, you said about $175 a test, and we're looking at a couple of tests a week probably to maintain good accurate levels there, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So it comes down to again, you know, funding wise, not a huge expense, but if we are going to allow or want to open that back up to swimming, we're gonna have to be willing to spend the money for the test. And if we feel like that's not an investment that's worth the time, then we just have to shut it down to no swimming for the remainder of the year.
In all seriousness,
require helmets to swim.
I just say, in all seriousness, that's the issue, right? Is so, you know, what's the cost of the test and how often would you do it? And do we think it's worth it to do it for basically the next month and a half?
I think our residents would like to see it open if it can be open.
Personally, if the cost
that's what my constituents tell me.
If the cost isn't prohibitive, then I'd have to say, you know, why would we not do it? We're talking, you know, it's a few $100s for tests for a month and a half. It's either that or close it. If the question is, do we want to spend thousands of dollars to treat said algae, then that's a different conversation.
Right. No, I think you hit it right, Jared. I think the testing is not significantly cost prohibitive. I just, you know, quick math, if we did it for 8 weeks, you know, starting this week because we wanted to open it back up, twice a week, $2,800 is our cost for doing that. That's not a significant amount, to Steve's point, to probably those that do want to see it open. Once those numbers start to go up, then the more significant question beyond that is are we willing to treat, which we in the past we have said we'll do minimal amount of treating to ensure the health of that secondary water supply, which is its primary function. So I would stand behind our previous decisions in that I'm okay with the weekly, you know, couple of tests to ensure its levels there. But once it goes beyond those healthy levels, that's where I would just say we do as we've done in the past and shut it down, close it back down to swimming, and not being willing to spend, you know, a lot of money on the actual treatment of the algae.
And just so you have all the numbers on the treatment, in speaking with Luke, the water manager here this afternoon, he said if we were to treat for the full summer there, it's upwards of about $32,000 to treat for the algae.
Yeah.
If we're just doing the treatment, it's about half that. You're right around 16,000, I believe is what he said. So just so you have all the numbers.
Yeah, and in reality, if it's going to hit about, you know, 24th of July-ish, if we're looking at that, I mean, we're only talking about testing for a couple of weeks before it's probably going to hit anyway. And then, you know, we just do the minimal required to preserve the water supply. And then I think we stop swimming. I mean, I don't want anybody swimming up there and that stuff.
Okay.
And this is assuming that we treat the parasite problem first, right? I mean, if that's not taken care of, I spend the money to test algae.
Exactly.
And I feel like we've got a good handle on the swimmer's itch parasite. And I feel confident that we could open the reservoir back up now. They did a visual inspection today on it and said that it appears that all the snails are dying in there, and so their treatment's been working. So I feel like we've got a good handle on that. So I feel like we could open the water back up safely, monitor it, and then also continue. We'll start to test for algae up there and monitor that situation as well.
To be clear, to test or treat for the snails and for the algae ends up being a mass in the water that actually plugs up the sprinkler heads and stuff in the filter system as it goes out of the pond. So it's still things we want to do for the secondary water use. It's really the testing for the algae, and you don't know this as well. Our levels have always been below the action level because we saw it present. We didn't want to take the risk, so that's why we closed it down. And by the way, the state has raised the level of what they'll allow to say it's safe or not safe, by the way, too, through all this. So the chances of it closing down is not likely if we actually do those things. So if we actually test, so I think we got direction, but that's some of the stuff you need to know, you know, because it makes sense. You have to treat it because all that plugging up the sprinkling systems.
Not to be flippant or to undermine this, but I mean, do we have a swim at your own risk verbiage up there with, and do we need to post something separate if we identify that there's the toxic algae in the water up there? Do we need to make a public notice and say, we've identified this, swim at your own risk? If we're going to keep it open, I think there's got to be some kind of notice there.
This has been kind of somewhat of a debate. It's an open body of water, not a swimming pool.
Right.
There's a huge difference there, and a huge difference in that kind of noticing. So I don't know if I know Clint's got experience on that one. If he wants to comment to that, or Anthony, or even Chase if he's still on.
We've actually had
I think
several times.
Go ahead, Brett.
We've had the trust look at this RR signage up there probably every year to make sure we're okay with them, because they're the ones that have to pay for the liability. And we pay the fee, but they have to pay for it if we got any claims. So they looked at language. We may change our similar language up there now after this pump bike thing came through. And Chase, I think you saying something about we ought to make them wear helmets or something like that. I don't know.
That's right. You got to wear helmets while you're swimming. We're going to demand it of people.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's for you.
Life jacket.
Life jackets, lifeguards. Okay.
Right.
They should just post a sign that says swim your own risk. There's lots of places you can go and get swimmer's itch. Oh, well, if you're going to crawl into an open body of water, know that there's risks.
But to
That's
Brett's
called
point
personal accountability.
I just want to circle back to Brett's point about clear direction. So we're saying treat the parasite, you're already doing that. If we want to test for algae because the county's not doing it, we're good with that because it's a minimal cost, but we're not saying treat algae above the level that we've already authorized.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
and just to clarify, we're saying if you feel that the parasite's treated, to open it back up.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and proceed with that and hopefully have it open this weekend.
Awesome.
Okay. Tammy tells me she's got another item, and then I got one item left after that, and we can get to our closed door.
Yes, I do. I'm sorry, and I will try to make it extremely quick. So the last council meeting, we talked about how the CARES Act will support our city shop around program, and that we wanted to run that program again in August and September as everyone's preparing for back to school. And we talked about amounts of $20 or $30. So I just wanted to kind of get a nod from council on if they would support. So we would like to do the $30, but we would like to offer it in just 3 of the $10 cards, so that they can either use the 3 cards at 3 different places towards a purchase, or they could use them, like 2 of them for a $30 purchase, or 3 of them for a $40 or more purchase, so that they have options and can either support more than one local business, or they can just compile them all and just support one business. But we just wanted to see if they could all have options to do that. We're starting to get in all of the cards from our initial round, and I mean, we had garbage bags delivered today from businesses that are just filled with cards and receipts. So I would definitely say that this was a success for both our community as well as our local businesses. So.
Awesome. I say yes.
Very cool.
Okay, all right, we'll probably be starting that right mid-August, and then it will run through the end of September, so.
And I'll remind people not to throw it away. It's junk mail.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Open the envelope. There's things in there.
So the last item I have is I'm going to ask Division Chief Winston to get online. You know, he was selected to be our fire chief, and Tammy's arranging that next chat with the chief. It's actually going to be chat with the chiefs at American Birder. Anthony Winston, you on?
Oh, so that table is already taken care of. He has it reserved.
So this is why I can have Troy come back in, because Whit, I need to let you know that Chief Carr was actually looking at you today online, setting that up for the American Birder. It is going to be some of the finest entertainment. But I told him, I says, I think Anthony can hold his own against you on that. So something about you'll definitely.
I like that. I like that. There will be Councilman Smith. You have an advocate here now against Chief Carr, just so you know. Not going to be one-on-one anymore like I saw earlier. I wanted to say something, but my place. So you just want me to introduce myself, Brett? And
so I'll let you know we went through, we interviewed 2 candidates that actually applied to be our, and we do recognize them as our fire chief. And we had a panel of people in there. Chase was in there, Troy Carr was in there, Tammy, Wendy, myself, and hands down, Anthony Widdowson was chosen. He definitely understands the concept about being our culture here in Herriman, and he does love and adore Herriman. He's worked the last 10 years here in 103. He took an assignment as the wildlands guy at Camp Williams to protect our southern flank. And he was so excited when this opportunity came up, because he says, oh, yes, I get to go back and work with Herriman again. I'll let him elaborate on that, Chief Widdowson.
Yeah, no, that's spot on. You know, one of those sort of hesitance I guess I had about promoting to any level above where I was is that I really liked working in Herriman, particularly at Station 103, and just that the culture, that Herriman feel that's in our mission or in our vision, I guess, for Herriman City, and I definitely feel that, and it's the one place that I've worked in Unified Fire where I really do feel as though I'm the community fire department and really engaged in the community, and just felt part of as a Herriman City employee, honestly. You guys looked at us that way, looked at me that way, and treated me that way as well, and just felt super connected. So yeah, that was one of those hesitations I had about promoting. And when I did get promoted, I was kind of hurt that I was leaving 103. It's a big part of my life, and or Herriman, and a large part of my career, 10 years as a captain there in 103. It's a good chunk of time and a lot of good experiences. So I was sad in a way, but once this position opened up, I was all in. You know, as soon as Chief Burchett mentioned it to me, and Chief Pilgrim as well, absolutely anything to get back into Herriman would be my goal. Absolutely. So I am really honored to be here and excited to be sitting in this seat, and really just I'm invested. You should know that I'm invested in Herriman City and have been for a long time. I've really encouraged my crew to be invested, and that's what I'm going to continue to do, to be invested myself, but also to get our crews at 123 and 103 invested and engaged in the community, to fill that culture that we've been talking about, that Brett's talking about, you know. So, well, do you want me to talk about my background at all? I mean, really just briefly, I guess I'll just say that, you know, I've worked for Salt Lake County / UFA since 1994, and seasonal firefighter back then, got hired as a structure firefighter, and then was immediately put into the wildland division again, and I was a superintendent for our hand crew. Spent a lot of years doing that, got a lot of good experience in the wildland fire realm. Wanted to be a paramedic, so I'm not sure why I wanted to be a paramedic, but I did. Did that and got a part-time job with AirMed. Did that for about 5 years, and then decided I wanted to promote to captain, and then was put into 103. And this is right when that duty officer position opened up, and it was just a great opportunity for me to be engaged with wildland fire still as an officer. So I have lived through every major wildfire that Herriman City has had in the last decade and before that, and I've seen it. I've worked on them, and as Councilman Smith has as well. We've seen each other out there a lot, and so I have a lot of experience in that realm. But the other part, not just the wildland component, is Herriman City is pretty unique and diverse in our demographic, I would say. To be on a wildland fire today, and then as soon as we clear from that, we could go on a dive rescue, or somebody with swimmer's itch, for heaven's sake. You never know. But you know what I mean? I mean, we have the canyons, we have so many different things that Herriman City offers, and there is some exposure there, but it is a diverse area to live and to work here. Maybe the call volume is a little bit lower. I'm not super concerned about that. I'm a little bit older and been doing this for a while, so I'm not concerned about going on a large quantity of calls, but the diversity of calls that you go on and the experience that you get is incredible out here for sure. The other component that I really liked, besides the culture filled diversity of calls and whatnot, is the interaction that we have with public. Public is awesome, as well as the city administrative staff, and then certainly recently our HPD folks. So it's super comforting knowing that when they show up on a call, you know exactly who they are. You've seen them, you've worked with them, you know their name, and that is a big deal. So yeah, I'm just really excited about being here. I would ask for your patience as I learn a lot of the stuff that you guys are doing here. This scope is much bigger than just a station captain, and so I'll give myself just a little bit of latitude for a little while, and then I'll be off and running. But I'm here for you guys. I want to be an advocate for Herriman City and get you the answers that you need, and really be engaged. That's just my main message. Is I want to make sure that I'm engaged as a chief officer and get the crews engaged. And I won't say what Tammy doesn't like me to say, but we really just need to connect as a community, fire service, police, and city administration. Brett knows what I'm talking about. So, and I'll take any questions at all from the group there. But
thank you, Anthony.
You're welcome, Tammy. You're welcome.
But we talk heavily about making sure we're working with each other, and we say that cross-pollinating, and that's what he didn't use because Tammy don't like us using that word, but we actually just work closely with each other, and we expect that out of all of our people that work in Herriman with Herriman, and it's been a huge success story for us. The interesting thing, he's already all in, by the way. Shelly Peterson sent out invites for him for everything going on in Herriman. Well, he calls me Monday night and says, well, no one's here. When is I'm supposed to be here? I said, we're supposed to be where? Well, this Hungry Herriman food truck thing. Yeah. That was just for information. You don't need to be there. And he interacting with the residents and actually eating out of the food truck. So he was all in already. So we all laughed about that.
The invite did say food. So
yeah, all in.
All in. Yeah, I'll be there.
So any questions
Welcome
you
aboard.
have?
We're good to have you.
Thank you.
What he said.
All right, thanks.
Great job, Anthony.
We'll get on to that is it. That all I have. I know it's getting late. We have a brief item in a closed door. We need some guidance from council on what we need to do, and then we'll get that done and we'll get home and get to bed. Well, I guess I am home. I'll just go to bed, right?
I'm just going to add a quick note for you, Brett. Like we're talking about efficiency of meetings and trying to get our schedule time down. Not that I'm keeping score, but I'm keeping score. City manager updates is by far the longest agenda item.
As one item with 10 in there, but if we actually keep score on minutes of talking, well, we'll know who wins on that anyway.
All right, we have a motion to close this and go to closed, or I don't know, whatever we need to do.
I will make a motion. Are you done, Brett?
I just want to let you know that John has sent you an invite, those who are invited for the closed door. So we'll sign off on this one and go back in. Oh, and don't yawn, Sherry.
I know, I keep yawning, sorry.
Okay, I will make a motion for the Herriman City Council to temporarily recess the city council meeting to convene in a closed session to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property as provided by Utah Code annotated 52-4-205.
I second.
All in favor? No, roll call. All right.
Aye. Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Jerry?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. We need anything else?
See you on the other side.
See you in a minute.